Hey, what's going on? What's up, Kavi?
Am I still on mute, or can you hear me?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're good. How's it going, man?
It's going.
Going? Good, good.
Yeah.
I'm happy. It better be going because in about a month or so, you got to get going. So you got to be ready
How
for that.
so?
In a month or
OAX.
so.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
You got to be
I
ready for
thought
that.
I thought you were talking about something you were coming to.
Oh. No, I just sit my ass in my chair like usual. I'll be here.
Yeah. Well,
That's it. What's up, everybody? Good to see you all. Hello, and hello,
I'm
especially
supporting
to
my
all of you.
Valiant fans out there tonight. You know?
Right.
I'm not a Valiant guy myself, but
no.
I have
Rye
had this
sweatshirt.
Hoodie for a while, and I had easy access to it, so I just threw it on.
That's cool. Is it was that Rye 0 or Rye 1?
Rye 0. Yeah, Rye 0.
Rye 0. See, man, I didn't really read much Valiant, but I remember that because
I have read next
so
to 0 Valiant. I think this might be the one comic book issue I may have read purely because I bought and sold copies of it over the years, you know.
Oh, right.
Found it back at bin, sent it in for grading, flipped it. You know.
Yeah. That helps you remember for sure. Yeah. Got you.
Hey, Valiant.
Yeah, and I like Valiant. I think the last thing I read was I started reading that Unity crossover thing. I remember, and I don't know if it ended because that was when I stopped collecting and reading, or if it got canceled because they went out of business. I don't really remember when they went out of business, so can't remember. But not that it matters. Frankly, only Jason. Southern Comic Geek himself, kind of cares about it. And Scott, we'll give both of those guys, the two Valiant lovers.
Carl Choi cares about it.
Carl Choi cares about that. Yeah, okay.
Stingray, Newell Turner, he likes it too.
Stingray and Newell both are into the whole Valiant thing as well.
Well, it's the same guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's Newell is Stingray. See,
but those are the four biggest comic art Valiant fans that I know of.
Yeah. So, look at Marcus. I see him. He's commenting. Like for the four Valiant fans, exactly.
There you go.
Amongst you, Unity 2000 never finished. Well, there you go. I knew it didn't. I don't know if that's why I didn't finish it, or if I even quit before it got canceled or whatever. Right. Let me just say real quick, hello, shout out to a few subs from the past week. Only Daz, the Comic Key Chaser. Daz, I checked you out. I think you're only into comics, but apparently you have some kind of interest in watching the show or wanting to watch what I do. So welcome. Thank you.
I've seen their videos before, I think, in the past. At some point.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure when or exactly which, but
okay. But yeah, you're welcome. I hope to maybe see you pop in at some point live, if not on a Rewind, Daz. And of course, welcome to you, anonymous guys who also subscribed this week, whose names I couldn't see due to your own privacy settings on YouTube. What else we got here? We have, let me see.
How's my mic level, by the way? Because I have it sitting up on like a box. Like it's not very high up. This mic.
No, it sounds perfectly fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I would have mentioned something when we were privately talking. If I felt it was kind of low or something. Let me quickly remind everybody, if you haven't been to Carl from Carl's Collection channel this week. He put out a really cool video. Let me paste it here for you. You should all check that out. He did a sort of a top 10 list, favorite pieces that he picked up this year. 5 published, 5 unpublished, with a couple of honorary mentions. It was pretty fun. About 45 minutes. But of course, as you all know, you can skip through and just look at the art quickly for those of you who don't want to do the whole time. So yeah, check that out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that. I watch all of Carl's videos, but I haven't checked that one out yet. It's in my later playlist that I got to get to.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, it's good. It was fun. And I'm happy he did that. Like I thought it was a pretty good way to end the year. Not that I know that that's his last video for the year. I guess he'll pop in and tell us at some point, but kind of, you know, towards the end of the year, yeah, especially if it does end up being his last video, that's a great one to finish off with. So really cool. Yeah, let's say quickly hello, because I want to jump into this. Say hello to everybody. Mikhail, I don't see if you're here, because I'm going to start from the top. From an hour ago, literally exactly 60 minutes ago, Mikhail came in and said, comment, like, and subscribe to enter Ruben's giveaway. To which I then clarified, yes, thanks to his generosity, the winner of tonight's raffle will get to select any piece of their choosing from Mikhail's collection. Thank you, Mikhail.
How do you choose? How do you choose, though? That's like,
listen, ridiculous. When it's free, who cares? Just take whatever you can get, you know? All right. So, TJ just made the giveaway a piece of Mannix art, and Marcus will, creating accounts to enter. Yes, exactly.
I'm wearing this piece of Mannix art literally because of Marcus. I mean, that.
Oh, nice.
If I sweat through this hat, I may have to take it off so I don't damage the remark. But
if
I start sweating, I don't want to ruin the Mannix remark on this.
No, that's it. I'm actually surprised you're wearing it for stuff like that. I typically would.
Yeah, well, I got the trusty Mets cap.
Oh, okay.
Over here to jump in if I need
cool.
I need to save the Mannix art.
Awesome. What's up, Mr. Red Jack? I hope you're still here. I hope you have the night off. I mean, it is the holidays after all. I hope you're not working tonight. Hit the button. Yes, please hit the like button, please. I would appreciate that. And what else we got? Hey, TJ, what's going on? If you like, yes, thank you. If you like what you hear, rewatch some older shows and then decide if you'd like to subscribe to this channel. Thank you. You understand it well, Mr. Red Jack. I appreciate that. Don't subscribe unless you really think you'll be back to watch some more stuff. But yeah, the thumbs up is always nice to have you guys somewhere down here where I'm pointing. Nice thumbs up icon. Just hit that. That'd be nice. And I would like his Infinity Gauntlet piece, please. Okay, you're talking. Oh, for the freebie. You want Mikhail's Infinity Gauntlet piece? Well, hey, listen, if you win the raffle, you get to pick that piece, I guess. Poor Mikhail. Go Vikings! What a destruction that was, Brian. What destruction! Yeah. CJ, hello, Kavi, Ruben, Vivian, and Chad. It's my wife's birthday, and the son-in-law is making a fiesta feast. Probably will be on Rewind. No worries. Have a great show. Thank you, CJ, as always. Happy birthday to your wife. Send her our best wishes. And enjoy the fiesta feast. What do we got here? All right. Hello, Kavi, and welcome. Of course, from Brian. TJ, what is up? Last show and tell. Last episode of any show of mine for 2024. But yeah, exactly. So we ended off with Kavi the Great. So it's a great way to finish it off. Love it.
Kavi the Great. Where is I never. That's the first time I heard that from anyone.
You're pretty great. People tell me, people privately have told me, I love Kavi. He's a pretty great guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool to hear, I guess.
Apparently you make a good impression, you know. What's up, Tom? Yo, what up? What's up,
Tom?
What's up, Vivian? What's up? Thank you for the support as always, honey. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to your wife from her, of course. Hey, Red Jack. What's up, Rickster? What's going on? Yes, welcome back, Kavi from Vivian. Very nice to see you.
Thank you,
Vivian. Sean Clancy, what's up? You're here early before we even started. And for next week's all-star episode, we're like, around 22 collectors are going to be on to show their sort of the one piece that they want to present and talk about from 2024. You're telling me, oh yeah, the later the better, but somehow for this week, no problem coming in early. I don't get you, man. But all right. Next year, I got you down. Here's you guys. I'm gonna be emailing all of you who are presenting next week. I got my little written list of people here. The holidays have slowed me down. I've got like nothing prepared. I don't even have a thumbnail done yet for next week's episode. Yeah. So, but I'll be emailing all of you later sometime this coming week to let you kind of know roughly where you slot it in terms of presenting, and so you have an idea of what time to show up. All right. Good evening to you, Peter. What's up?
Peter.
What's up? What's up, Rodney? What's up? How's it going, man? Hey, from Kavi. Marcus, what's the giveaway? Yeah, like you said, whatever you want to choose from Mikhail's gallery. How's that? You know, he's the one. He put it out there. He decided. So you know, he's the boss. Tom, Jason Ladwig, what's up? Kenneth Bird, what's going on from Virginia? Good to see you. And John Brown, as always, appreciate you being here. Lovely to see you. And we got oh yeah, the good one, Rickster, good one. Catcher in the Rye.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. And what we got, hellos to each other, back and forth, so I won't click those. Aloha all. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, Jordan.
Give support to two guys who have given me so much support. Thank you so much, my friend. Wow. I hope you hang out a little bit at least. Hope you can. Good to see you, my friend. They do a show. That must have been to some comment I made before. B&G. There's Steve himself. What's up, Steve Areno? So Steve is a guy who lives 2 hours down the way from me in Ottawa, Ontario, the nation's capital. But he's formerly from Montreal. And after trying to set up a meeting, because he comes into town, he still has his family here in Montreal. And after he started trying to reach out to me and get together with me during COVID, earlier on in COVID, I was just like, I think it's safer to not do it for a while, you know. And we finally got together a couple of days ago. So it was a lot of fun. We just met at a cafe and sat there for 4 hours, Steve, something like that. Shot the shit for 4 hours. And if it wasn't for the fact that I had errands to run, I mean, we easily could have been there for 9 hours. Like, you know, that's like I always say, you know, meet other collectors and
I met up with a collector local to Jersey that I had been meaning to meet up with earlier this year, and we did a deal at we did an art deal at a Starbucks and ended up at the Starbucks for like 3 hours, and I'm like, what? Whoa, I gotta go. Like, you know, like before you know it, you know, you're just talking forever about this stuff.
Yeah. Was it a comic guy or an art guy?
Comic art guy.
Comic art guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Anybody we know, or he's not? Is he social on the?
He goes by Riz.
Oh, Riz. Yeah.
Riz. Yeah.
That's Riz. Yeah.
Yeah. He lives in Jersey City, I think.
Jersey, yeah.
Yeah. We just never linked up, even though we have mutual friends, but we did.
Yeah. Oh, that's very cool. Oh, glad to see that you guys hooked up and met.
Yeah, that was a fun hang.
That's fun, man. Yeah, you're right. I did not watch the Valiant show. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest.
They're talking about the Valiant show that Carl Choi and those other Valiant super fans.
Oh, Carl did a show on Valiant with those guys?
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Hopefully Kavi is ready to set a record showtime. He is not, Stanley. We will not be. We're gonna
let Nick have that for
exactly. Let Nick keep the crown for at least a few months, you know. Stingray's Newell, Einhorn is Finkel. Don't get that. Lace is out. Don't know why you said that. I mean, I know what it means. I just don't know why you said it. Kavi, John's Comics with Kids. What's up? Kavi has been my most valuable OA resource in this community. You see what I mean? So he's like a great guy. You would say he's a great guy. That's fair enough to say, right, John? I think so. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the amazing Kavi.
Alfredo,
what's up, brother? Hey, what's going on? Wow, early tonight. You haven't gone out with the fam yet. And by the way, when are you leaving town? I figured you're leaving soon for the New Year's. Let us know. Yo, Albert, I am ready to claim Kavi's art. Does he take time payments? Nah, it's like one shot for people who can afford it, like you. It's you pay up front and you pay the fees.
I already told him I always do in the chat, but yeah, sure.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Let's go with what you said.
Oh, it's my rules, my show.
Pay up front.
Pay up front, dude. You can afford it, okay?
Up front.
The crowd.
Drop off at OAX.
And look at Marcus. Yeah, has everyone entered the giveaway? Oh my gosh. I wonder what you have to like type in. Mikhail didn't let us know what we would have to type in for that.
Yeah, everybody text Mikhail so he can.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody text Mikhail. That's right. Text Mikhail, and he's gonna randomly choose one of you, and you get to pick something from his gallery for free. Anything in his gallery. Okay. And Ruben the long-haired hippie. Me? Oh, it's pretty short.
Maybe he means my like somehow.
Yeah,
hair,
it's getting kind of long. It's getting long on top a little.
I'm due for a cut, but it's been like negative 20 degrees lately here, so I just living my my hibernation hair.
Yeah, exactly. You hear that me and Marcus and I are both sharing a room at OAX. You better show up and just wait for us. You just be there, okay, and wait for us to show up. No matter how late, we might be late, and no matter how late we are, though, just keep waiting, okay? Beyond Sunday if necessary. Just keep waiting there, all right? If you got to miss your flight home, you miss your flight home. We'll be there at some point, all right? Show us some leg, Kavi. Nice.
Depends on how long we go. Yeah, maybe for the 4th hour folks that are still awake.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, you can't make it next week. Oh, I know. That's okay. You apologized already. That's cool. There's only like, I think 3 or 4 people out of the 25 that I did a show and tell with that aren't going to be able to make it. So that's still pretty good, you know. What's up, Adam Law in the house? Been a while, my friend. Hey, all. Happy Sunday. Yeah, been a while. Good to see you. Maybe Alberto is the guest next week. No, that's the thing. He just can't make it. A lot of guests. But it should be about 22 guests, although it could be a few less because there's like 3 or 4 who said like they've got other things going on personally, but they're going to try hard to make it. So I'm kind of keeping those guys for the end. Hopefully they show up. What's up, JC? Good to see you as always. Appreciate it. Comic Art Clatch. What's a Clatch? Don't know what that is. Ruben, good guy to talk to in person. Interesting stuff. Of course, man. Of course. Online, in person, it's all the same stuff. Yeah. And Steve and I we had a good time, and we'll every time he comes into town a few times per year. Anytime he comes in from now on, he'll reach out. We'll try to get together again. Why not? It's fun. I don't have really more than one person here in the city that I get to talk to about art anyways and chat about the hobby. So I mentioned next week being as late as you want because I'm in the office doing catch-up work during the 3-hour Sunday shows. Oh, as late as I want? I don't remember you saying as late as I want. I just remember you saying, in fact, the first thing you said was, where was it, Sean? The later, the better. I took notes of what you said. So that's it, But, yeah, no worries. I'll let you all know. I'll let you know when I've kind of slotted you in, And just like last year, if any of you have something or, at the last minute, whatever, like changed plans, pop into the chat, right? Like pop in, even if it's at a different time than you were going to be, told to show up. And, just let me know from the chat, hey, can I go? Because like I got stuff to do and I'll try to squeeze you in. I'll ask whoever's coming up next if they mind waiting a few more extra minutes. That's it. Random things like that happened last year as well. So, we still ended up fitting everybody in. So, thank you, my friend, Cab. Sorry that you can't be here. Yeah. But if you can drop in later, we'll be happy to see you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Leaving for so tomorrow, Hawaii. Very cool, man. Very cool. Carby, you were looking good, my friend. Nice. Look at that. You probably already answered him, of course. Yes.
I didn't, but thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Okay. There you go. Rickster. See, hashtag Kavi the Great. Look at that. It's a hashtag now, man. It's trending, I heard on Twitter.
You mean X?
The last bastion of craziness right now, apparently, from everything I've heard. I'm not on it, so. I can't have New Year. Welcome, Vivian. What's Vivian being what are you welcoming Vivian for? I didn't see her even say thank you to you, Marcus. But anyways, okay, who cares? You made me laugh, Marcus, always. Okay, so some joke. Death waiting. What's up, Derek? Good to see you, my friend. Death is waiting? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hey, Ian, the Cali kid. Hey, everyone. Hope you're all having a nice night. I feel like I can't stay here tonight coming. Hi to Ruben and Vivian. Can't stay, but registered my leg. We'll watch on rewind. All right, Ian. Appreciate it, man. And Sean, is that case we can do my show and tell now? Yeah, no. We'll chance
just
it
jump off. Let's just get on here.
Carl, you get the fuck out of here. Like, what?
Injured reserve, just
come on the bench. That's funny. A casual social gathering for coffee and conversation. That's a coffee clutch. Okay, never heard of it. Thank you. Oh. I'll try to remember, Peter. Sean, yeah, I see. Alberto, he knows. Sean wants to hijack Kavi's show. Exactly. Has anyone scored any DC floppies at Dollar Tree yet? Haven't heard of it. For me and Marcus at the OA. Oh, I see. Yeah, thank you. That's funny. Waiting. Keep waiting, man. Keep waiting. Yeah, keep waiting. Because that's my point. That's my point there. You definitely got it. That's my point. Skeletons will start to appear if you wait for us, okay? Yes. Somebody will be coming skeletons, perhaps.
What if we got one of those what if we got one of those iPod robots, like where we could like video chat you into the hallway? I literally had a boss once that like did that in like a conference room meeting. I don't think I was ever felt more embarrassed in my career, and it wasn't even me. Yeah.
What's up, Iranga? And the live chat crew. Yes,
hey,
sir.
What's up, E?
That is pretty kind of embarrassing though. Like, but yeah. It's weird, right? It's just it's a little out there. Waiting for you to pick me up at the airport. Exactly. Wait for him at the airport and just wait for me anywhere inside the convention hall. Don't worry. We'll both be showing up. Oh, crap. It's Saranga. Leaf Arbiter. What's up? Hey, what's going on, man?
It's the Brown brother representation in the chat.
Brown brother representation. Yes, sir. Except the Kyle's missing. He took off. He came in an hour early.
But he offered the giveaway, and then
that's true.
So he has to follow through on that now.
That's true. All right, let's get into this, man. Kavi, I'm before I even ask you to give a little just sort of a little back. I mean, we probably did it. I'm sure we did it.
I don't remember what we've talked about or not.
Yeah, on your Hangout episode, we probably did it. But okay, I want to make it official.
Seventh time I've been on the channel, 8th time.
Yeah. But every time I've done like show and tell, that's kind of the official place where most people start off appearing on my channel. And so that's the series where I make everybody give us all a little bit of a background, right, on their collecting and how they got into it.
Which is the only one I haven't done, right? So,
right, exactly. But before we do that, I'm curious. Are you superstitious in any way?
Superstitious?
Like, do you have superstitions? Like, do you believe in like lucky numbers, for example? Like you're familiar with lucky numbers, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not superstitious.
No, okay. I'm curious. If you had to have one choice, and like at least in this part of the world, and as a hint, like I'll say, let's not think of like Chinese people or any Asian people at all, just because they do in terms of population on Earth, they represent a big number. I'm just saying. Here in North America, generally speaking, what would be the number that you would, having been alive for your 40 years, what would be the number that is the most common in this part of the world that people consider like, oh, lucky number? What's the most common lucky number? What would you say if you had to choose one?
Wait, so you're asking me what my interpretation of other people's lucky numbers are?
Like throughout your life, you probably heard people say like, "Oh, this is my lucky number."
I mean, I guess I would equate it to like rolling dice, like
Right. But which number would you say you've heard throughout your life as the most common one?
Lucky number 7.
There you go.
Unlucky number 13, maybe.
No, right. Yeah, but the lucky one 7. That's what I was saying. I would have said 7, and then 3 is also, I think, for me, has been pretty common. But 7 is number 1, and that's excellent because the reason I asked you that is because, do you know what time it is right now? By the way, do you know what time it is?
I'm guessing 8:30-ish.
Yeah, but
Eastern?
not in terms of literally speaking, but what time is it? I'll tell you what time it is.
I have no idea.
I'll tell you what time it is. I'm going to show you something, and then you can tell me what you think time it is, all right?
Oh, God. Here we go.
There you go. That was just,
you like that, Tom?
What a wonderful setup. You had, I had no idea that was coming. That was just so subtle, too. That was just very nice.
It's pretty sweet, though, right? I've kind of thought of it all on the spot, too.
Yeah, it was very well ad-libbed.
Thank you.
I mean, if it's the usual me in the chat trolling you to like hurry up and get to the art, it would be like that's what I would be saying. But
well,
this
makes
more
on
sense.
7. We have 7 questions
sense.
now, not 10.
Yeah,
that's it. That's what the whole 7 was about. Is because we've got a shorter version tonight, and it's 7 questions. So
I see.
We're gonna do a little quiz.
So more pressure on every question instead of getting a little bit of time to.
These are going to be pretty easy.
All right, we'll see.
These are just, you get to this is a test to see how well you know your collection.
Got it. I am going to OAX. I saw some questions. Am I going to OAX? I am going to OAX.
Wish I could stay in chat tonight. That means you can't. Big hello to Kavi, Ruben, and all. So happy New Year ahead of time. Happy New Year to you too, Ian. Thank you, my friend. First time I've seen Kavi on the show. Really? Yeah, of course, because you haven't watched a lot of my shows. Always gone back and forth in the chat. Yes. So superstition about posting art on F-book half before I have it in hand. Yes, that's everybody should, because anything can happen to it, Ruben wants to say break a leg to Kavi real bad. That's a good one. Exactly. That's definitely one I would purposely never say, until he healed perfectly back to 100% or better, That is funny. 21, I see where you were thinking about, the gambling thing, but good going, Tom. You got that. 18 plus? Oh, I get you. Oh, naughty boy, Mike, naughty boy. 7-11? Oh, man. Ruben, trying to come up with numbers for the 1.5 billion lottery in the US? Nah, I don't play that shit, man. I don't play. Good luck to all of you who do, though. Matt Gates is any number under 18. I like that one. That's a good one. Those are all lucky, right? They all come up. Snake eyes. That's awesome. Time to show off some art? Not yet. Art time? Not yet. Trivia? Yes, sir. Howdy doody time. Time to answer. Taco time. You guys are hilarious. Good luck, Kavi. He said it. Break a leg.
I know. I had to chuckle for that.
Second choice, Ian. Second choice. Hey, what's up, Hart? Howdy, Kavi, hey, Tom, and Ruben. Happy New Year to you, old dogs. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, you're hanging out the chat. Nice, man. Nice. Cool. Nice. We haven't talked this week, so I was wondering if you're going to show up tonight. Thank you. Hit those likes, everybody. Appreciate it. Somewhere down below where you see Tom. That's where the thumbs up icon is. Okay. So yeah, let us get into this. Everybody, you ready? You can all play along, but yeah, Kavi, try not to look in the chat so they don't spoil it for you.
Okay, I'll go full screen on you guys for now.
What do you mean?
So I don't see the chat at all right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, let us start this off here. Let me cue these things up. And let me see here. Sorry, I just like this way, since this way it looks like I'm looking more towards you guys. Yeah, so everybody, gonna do a quick fun quiz like Tom has done a couple of times before for us. Check it out. This is 7 things Kavi should know about his calf gallery.
Oh, look at that edit. Look at that.
I love that, right?
Hell yeah.
I love that. I thought that was hilarious. I was like, oh my God, that is so good. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thanks to Tom. Tom, as he did the last two times we did the quiz, he did this all by himself. He came up with the questions. He made all the slides all on his own. It's all on him. So if you hate it, it's all his fault. And if you love it, give him all the things. All right.
Thumbs up for me so far. Love it.
All right. So here we go. 7 things.
Too hard. Just to kind of get the brain flowing, get the juices flowing. So I wanted to start out with something in your collection that I actually had the comic for. That was kind of hard, but I did find this, which I hadn't opened probably in 41 years since it was bagged. It looks like it's like a 9.8. It is really good shape. So you have a color guide
I do, yeah.
Okay, well, why are you talking about it without me even putting up the slide though?
Okay, well, that's what I'm just saying when I wanted to start. You go ahead and put up a slide.
Is it a trivia question about that issue or something? Or?
Yeah, we're going to start there. So you've got a color guide from that issue.
Yes.
Name one of the two colorists.
I want to say Christy Shield.
Nice. Wow.
Very good. See, I told you this wasn't going to be too hard.
If you had to make a second guess, because there were two colorists who worked on this.
Yeah, I think it starts. I think it's a Bob, but like the name is like escaping.
Good.
Me.
Nice.
I looked it up.
Ready?
What was it?
Did the reference?
Hold on.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. Christy Shield, Bob Sharon. I love how you inserted yourself there, Tom. That's pretty awesome.
Well, I didn't know if I was going to be on or not, so I thought I'd make at least some sort of presence. So
yeah. No, that's cool. And you were showing the actual comic because it just says colors by Christy Shield and Bob Sharon. Is that all it says there? Yeah.
Yeah, because there was like there was a reprint version of that, and there was a different coloring process, and like I closely matched my scan with like the two different printings to sort of determine that
you have the original.
I have the original color. Yeah, the original
sure
color.
Do,
yeah. So yeah.
Do you have this issue?
What's
that? That? Do you own this?
I have it in I have it in a short box or a long box somewhere, of course. Yeah.
Christy Yamaguchi. Right. I don't know. You said Kamaguchi. Okay. Tom has a lot of mirrors in the house. Oh, hey, not that I wanted to sort of interrupt the flow of the quiz, but real quick, I forgot because this thing's dying here in front of me. Marcus, just real quick. Look how pathetic. See how this pathetic thing is? I took a risk to see if I could prepare this like 10 minutes before the show went live. So that was 43 minutes ago. And I just noticed somehow the root beer is really low and there's no foam left. Of course, it's been sitting here in my office at room temperature for the last 43 minutes. So maybe that has something to do with it. It is a chocolate ice cream root beer float. And I'll tell you guys a story about this after we do the quiz. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. So yes,
I can't concentrate. I'm so worried about the root beer float story. Just let's
Tom is a cute guy, says Tom. Nice.
Stop it.
Add ice cream. Blush. Ice cream.
I was gonna say that looks like a bunch of root beer without ice cream in it, but
look, check it out. I hope I don't drop this, but.
Okay. Yeah, now it looks like a coffee or something. Like
it looks
iced coffee.
What the hell is that? Is that the ice cream?
He's got chocolate ice cream in there.
It's a really shrunken down scoop of ice cream. It was much bigger, but
you're supposed to use vanilla, not chocolate.
I know, but I'll tell you the story. Let me try this thing.
All right, go to the next quiz while you're eating.
I got to tell you guys, when I tried it with vanilla, much better with chocolate. It goes better with the root beer flavor. But anyways, okay.
Must be a Canadian thing.
Yeah.
It's Marcus who sent this to me. But anyways, I'll tell you the story after. So yes, we have converted Ruben into a root beer fan, a float fan. And that happened a while back. And I wouldn't say I'm converted, by the way. Ooh, right. Chocolate. Oh, you guys are grossed out by it? JC is laughing. Oh, next up, egg cream. Okay. Let us go to the next question. Question number 2, Kavi.
Okay.
Is
ready.
This one. Read them out, Tom. They're your questions.
What piece in your gallery has the most comments?
Oh, I would have thought you knew this. Ooh, I would have. Yeah, I was guessing. I was like,
I'm pretty sure it's the Tradmore. I'm pretty sure it's the Tradmore Deadpool cover, but if I'm wrong about it, it's the Swamp Thing. Double page title splash, but I'm pretty sure it's a Tradmore.
You were right the first time.
Okay, I was right.
Yep. That's a
Tom. Piece, Tom, what's the point of making a second slide for the answer if you're going to give away the answer verbally?
I'm sorry. I'm still getting the hang of it.
It was after I said an answer.
It was after you said it.
Yeah.
I'm ragging on you. Relax, man. I'm having some fun with you. But yeah, this was a cool piece, and because we showed it there, everybody, you can go find it in Kavi's gallery, which we've linked right below here in the description. It's not being shown as one of my 20 pieces tonight, so there you go.
Oh, okay.
But it was like one of those on the bubble pieces. I kept going back and forth, whatever, you know. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the bonus piece inclusion through the trivia.
Well, the real reason this is down to 10 questions because 3 got bounced because I picked pieces that Ruben picked, and he's like, "No, you can't. You can't ruin the surprise."
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's up, Carl? Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, Carl.
The soda jerk faith. Carl, Trad, Madcap. Tom's having fun. Ruben, good lord. Ruben is in control, sort of. Hi, Carl. Hey, Hart, Tom, and Peter. Ruben is very hyper. I'm always hyper. Madcap is a cool character. He's funny. He's a good, goofy, funny character. Derek,
he's kind of a sad character too, in a way. Like
it's sad and funny, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Sad and funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
exactly.
Right. Number 3.
Okay, so let me go there. Ruben is off the rails. I don't know. I'm good tonight. 3, yes. So let me get to that one. Right. So here we go. Question number 3, Kavi.
Who was the letterer? And I'm saying letterer, not the letter. The letterer on this page from The Brave and the Bold.
Beats me, man. I'm really bad with letterers and stuff like that.
Okay. How about this? Since it's that hard, how about this? Let me tell you, it's kind of a trick question, so the answer should be more obvious, even though you're not into letterers.
So it's the same as the inker. Does that help?
Oh, okay. Jim Aparo.
You just gave it away, Tom.
Well, he was going to get it. I don't want to.
I mean,
forever.
So, I mean, what's interesting is this. I mean, this isn't the page I own. I do own a Jim Aparo page from this issue, but
this is
not
from
this
your
one.
Gallery, isn't it?
No, this is not. This is not in my gallery. I own page 6.
Oh my God, Tom!
So that's not my page.
And you screw up anymore. How the hell do you pick the wrong page?
You know what? The answer would have been the same.
The answer would have been the same, but technically that's not my art. That's not my.
Yeah, I still
like that piece. You know why I like that piece? Because there's some zipatone on it. I like that. Maybe I just like that piece better.
Gotcha. But where the hell did you get it? That's the point.
It's not.
Yeah, I'm more curious now to go like search later for that page number.
Yeah,
and, like,
somebody in the chat, if that's their piece, let me know. But
that's crazy, dude. Right. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right. So I get credit for that one, right? Because
you
of the
get
mistake.
Credit for that one because the answer would have been the same.
All right.
Yeah.
Would have been the same.
All right. So next question, which I believe will be question number 4. Is that right?
Yep.
Let me see. 4. Right. So here we go.
Speaking of inkers, which one of these 3 inkers are not represented in your gallery? Or which of the following are not represented in your gallery?
That's, man, I can certainly say I have a Terry Austin.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I still have a Joe Sinnott or not, because I know that I got rid of at some point a page that I remember having a Joe Sinnott ink page, but I also don't necessarily remember what I have inked by Dick Giordano either. So I'm going to go with Dick Giordano, but it could also be Joe Sinnott, unfortunately.
Right.
Which is sad, but,
so
okay, I won't reveal it. Go ahead and change the slide, Ruben.
Oh, yes. Yeah, let me go back. Okay, and the answer is survey says
you were right.
There you go.
You were spot on.
Oh, I thought you said. Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. I was busy with the looking at the chat comments. So that's probably why I misheard. But I thought you were saying, "Oh no, it can't be Terry Austin." I thought you were saying, "Oh, I definitely have a Terry Austin ink piece."
He did. He said that, and he wasn't sure about the other two. He knew he didn't have a Giordano. He wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, I also, 1/3 of my collection is not on my calf gallery. So these kind of questions make my brain, they make my brain rattle a little bit. So I'm like, I'm surprised I even worked that out for myself.
Okay, so you've confused me, Tom, with this slide, because I thought, so you're saying you do have a Terry Austin?
Yes, that's the green check mark. He does have a Terry Austin.
I do
He does not have a Giordano and Senate.
Right, but the question was, which of the following are not represented? So I figured your check mark is for the right answer, the one that is not represented.
But the answer is yes. But
yeah, I mean, I still answered what he was looking for by saying I don't have the first two, right?
Yeah, but you don't have Senate?
I had a Senate FF inked page that I used in a trade. And so that's the one I have in my mind. Like, I know I've owned Senate inked art before in my head, but that one specifically, I think I traded it at some point.
Okay. What's up, Mark?
And I think I also have a Senate page that isn't on my calf. You know what I mean? But the question is specifically about what's on my calf gallery, not what I have, period.
I had a feeling you probably had more than was on your calf gallery. All right, just a few more.
All right. Or we're getting there. Yeah. All right. Let me cue the next one up. The quiz master is on the ropes. Let's see. Oh, yeah. And I just got an email because I don't want to hear that. So let me get rid of my email. Sorry, guys. There we go.
Quizmaster was pounding a little eggnog while he was doing the questions last night.
Okay. Here's the next one, everybody. Kavi, here you go.
What is the oldest piece you own, the year, and the artist?
Yeah, so you got to get all three, since two of them are should be kind of easy. So you got to get all three to get to consider it, full points for the question.
I don't know if this is the right answer, but I would guess that it's my Joe Palooka cover. Al Avison or Ham. I think his pen name was Ham Fisher.
Yeah, nice.
And I think that was in the 50s, but early 50s, 1950, 51. I don't remember the exact year.
You want to change the slide? There you go. So
there you go.
You got it. You nailed it.
Nice, Kavi. Wow. Yeah, but
this is a great cover, by the way.
I love that piece. That's one of my favorite pieces.
Yeah.
Yes, and enjoy it now, everybody. Take a look at it because it's not one of the 20 pieces. So that's where you get another cheat here.
Unfortunately, I've never been able to get a great scan of it because it's like twice up. It's bigger than my scanner. I've had it in a frame for a while. I even took it out of a frame just to get a good scan and then realized, I can't get a good scan of it anyway. I'm not good at merging. I'm merging two halves of a scan and it always comes out imperfect, and so I just have to live with this bad photo out, from the outside of a frame. So
but it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not the worst photo, but
yeah, exactly. But I gotta say, I was surprised. I thought for sure, without question, that's an easy. At least the which piece it is. I thought for sure. Okay, he's gonna say that right away. And he's going to kind of be like, ooh, but what year? I don't know,
I knew it was atomic age in my head. So, but
Well, I had to open up every page in your gallery to make sure that was the oldest.
Got it. I used to have some World War II fiction house art and stuff like that, but it hasn't been in my calf gallery for a while. There you go.
All right, next.
All right.
Or it's that Marcus said.
All right.
In my head, I think I feel like I know what I posted and what I haven't, but it's hard to sometimes, fully know that off the top of your head. But
sounds good. So number 6, second to last question. Here it goes.
Which of the pages that you own features a character from the Creature Commandos animated series?
Frankenstein Alive, Bernie Wrightson. I as far as I know.
Yeah, that wasn't the one I picked, but it's a correct answer. I forgot about the burning rice.
Okay, so other than that,
other than that, have you watched the series? I'm assuming you watched the series.
I have. I'm not caught up to like the latest episode. I think I have one episode left to catch up on.
So there's a bedroom scene with the character that
I'm gonna have to say uncle on this one, or just use my Frankenstein answer to also get this answer.
Yeah, get it right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Okay,
besides Frankenstein.
I hope this is from your gallery. Jeez, go ahead. Next, bring up the answer.
Otherwise, we're really gonna have to do some kind of thing with you, Tom.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find another.
Well, what is it? What was the other piece?
It's coming. Here it is. This is the answer.
Oh, phosphorus. Yeah. I should have known that. That's me.
That is your piece, though, right?
It is my piece, yeah, and he is in the show, so yeah, that one just slipped my mind. But I guess the Frankenstein answer was way easier, so that's what popped up in my head.
It is technically correct, so you're good. Last one.
Sounds good. All right, 7th and final question, everybody. Let's see if Kavi can. By the way, I haven't been keeping score. What's the score?
He's got them all.
Yeah.
Well, it's Dr. Phosphorus. No, he gets the Dr. Phosphorus.
No, he gets that because of the Frankenstein thing.
He's got them all. Yeah. This one's going to be easy.
Okay, so here we go.
That means I'll probably get it wrong.
I'm not sure. There's 2 of them so far that I thought, oh, he's going to answer this right away, and he hesitated. So I'm not sure about this one. Let's see what he says.
We'll see.
All right, check it out.
What cover do you own that represents the best unofficial holiday movie ever?
Die Hard Year One, Number 1 by Jean-Paul Leon. Also, my favorite Christmas movie as well.
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
I read your cap entry, so I figured that I wanted to say the easy one for last.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny. The ones that I thought you'd get, you stumbled a little bit, or you hesitated, and
for some reason, I thought Ruben would pick that one, but I'm going in with a little bit of knowledge on what he didn't pick.
No, I tell you what,
he really got them all right. Even the one with the piece that wasn't from his gallery, which is impressive.
True.
Who the heck is Dr. Phosphorus? You don't read DC, Alberto. That's why you don't know who Dr. Phosphorus is. He's an old villain of Batman's and I don't know, some other DC characters. What's up, Dan? Bootlegging, my friend. Why is it unofficial? Oh, unofficial, right? Because it's not. Nobody, because there's no movie police that ever declared it to the official best holiday movie ever. That's why. That's funny. You say Die Hard is a Christmas movie, but just because it takes place.
Well, another good Christmas movie that's unofficial is Gremlins. Gremlins came out in June and July, but it is a very good Christmas movie.
That's on the list of those. If you do like top 10 whatever Christmas movies, that's part of that too. Stanley's gonna fight you though. Apparently, he wants to get into a fight. Bootlegging and Alberto say yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right.
Well, listen, I will let you guys get on with the show.
Hey, that was fun, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. As always.
Kavi, I'll see you down in Florida.
See you in Florida.
Catch you later, guys. Bye, everyone.
I'll catch you next week, Tom. Don't forget next week.
Right. Yeah, that's right. All right.
All right. I'll be in touch this week, anyways, to let you know when about to show up. All right.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Right. Have a good New Year.
You too.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Hey, that was fun. Really? I enjoyed that. I always enjoy that when Tom does that. Thank you, Carl. Yes. Give Tom a good pat on the back, everybody. I mean, he does it, like I said, that's his. I always say, everybody should do their own small part to make this hobby greater than it already is. And a lot of you, the role you play is, being here on shows like this one, and that's what Tom decided to do on his own. He just reached out to me out of the blue one day and said, hey, can I do a quiz or whatever? And yeah, man, we did this is the 3rd one we've done already. And he does all the work for it. Makes, like I said.
I mean, I feel like that was easier than some of the other ones, like where it really relied on like your knowledge of certain storylines.
Right.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, come on. This was at least a little bit more like, okay, this is like literally what I've posted on CAF and have put out there. So it's like recalling it is a little bit easier, I guess, but it wasn't like super easy, I guess, but yeah, it wasn't a shocker that I got most of them right, if not all of them right.
Yeah, and tell me, because when he sent me the scans, the slides, there was 10 questions, like he has done in the last 2 quizzes we did. But then when I started going through them all, and I'm like, oh God, I'm gonna have to tell him I can't use these, because everything he kept asking about, he said 3. I think it seemed like.
Right, he was gonna jump on your picks, and the first 3 questions. Not only did they show 3 picks, but the third question, I believe it was, had like a multiple choice answer, and every single one of the multiple choices, the options, were also pieces I picked. You know, so I'm like, oh my God, that's 5 pieces. I can't use this stuff, you know. And then nice enough, I said, you know, don't waste your time coming up with other shit, whatever. We could do a shorter one. We'll make it 7, and that's it, you know. So yeah, so cool. I appreciate that again, Tom. Thank you so much. Marcelo, what's up, brother? Hey, I'm late today. Lost all the fun. Check it out on Rewind if you have time, man. Maybe you picked all of Kavi's Larry Wells art. Do you have a ton of Larry Wells art? What's he trying to get at? I think that's literally why he said that, because I don't.
Okay. Okay. And yes, exactly. Thank you, Hart. A pat on the back, well deserved there, Tom. I wanted to say really quickly, just in case anybody knows him, I just heard that Keif Fromm passed away. He was found passed away in his house. I think today. I think it was today or yesterday. Collector, longtime collector. So yeah, thought I'd put it out there. I just heard the news. So a few days ago. Okay, Sean, thank you. Yeah. So there you go. Okay, what do we got? Oh yeah. So just real quick, just wanted to say again about this thing that ended up crappy. I've got a backup cup though, Marcus. I got a backup cup still waiting in the freezer, so I'll make the next one fresh, and I'll try and see how it is when it's fresh. But like I think it was the day before Christmas, or maybe 2 days. I don't remember if it was the 23rd, 24th. So we're all here. The 3 of us are here in the house. We're doing our own thing, and it's nighttime. I don't know, like 6 o'clock or something, the evening, right? 6 o'clock, and a doorbell rings out of the blue, right? And we're the kind of people who, like, if I'm not expecting anybody, I don't even answer the door. You know, as simple as that. I don't need to talk to salesmen and people looking for money or whatever, and I don't need to talk to nobody. So
do you get that often, like salesmen and stuff?
Not necessarily salespeople, but we get like a mixture of kids trying to collect money or selling us chocolate, or trying to collect money so they can go on some kind of a trip or whatever. We get that quite a bit.
So like Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts?
Not Boy Scouts, no. Like literally people from school, like students saying, "Oh, we're collecting money so we can pay for a trip that we're taking or whatever," you know. So buy my chocolate. Let's say my chocolate-covered almonds, for example, $3 for a box or whatever, you know. We get a lot of that, and we also get a lot of religious things. So
right,
people that want to convert you, that kind of thing, and talk to you about their religion, you know. So anyways, phone rang, and I was like, yeah, whatever. Sometimes we'll try to look to see if we can see who it is, whatever, you know. And so Vivian goes down to the door. She goes to the door, and then I stayed seated right here where I am right now. And I'm just listening to her talk, and I can tell she's like, "What? Who are you? I'm sorry. Who's this for? What? Oh, what? Oh, no, that's not us. That can't be for us. No. So I go to the door, and I'm like, what's he trying to give you? And she's like, I don't know, he has some kind of groceries. I'm like, oh, no, that's definitely not us. We buy our own groceries. We don't get them ordered or delivered or whatever, you know. So we sent him away. So he leaves. And about half an hour, 30, 40 minutes later, ding dong. And this guy was incessant. It was ding dong. Like not 2 seconds later, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Like, whoa, now that pisses me off. It's annoying to hear that, right? So now I go, she goes down again. She greets, it's the same guy. So I'm like, it's the same dude from before. So I go down now. I'm like, what's going on, man? Like, what do you want? And he's like, I'm like, I have some groceries, whatever. I'm like, I go to Vivian. I go, what's the groceries? And she says something like, I don't know, some soda pop or whatever. I'm like, okay, no, whatever. Okay, it's not for us. And he's like, and I'm like, who sent it? Who ordered it? You must have a name. What's the name? Who ordered it? And he goes, Marcus. And I go, Marcus? And believe it or not, see, I have a young nephew named Marcus. And I'm wondering, like, did he get his mother, or his mother, I don't know, somehow he got the credit card from his mother, and he told us to send us something for like a little present for Christmas. I don't know, you know. I'm like, Marcus, and of course I thought of Marcus Way as well. I'm like, but you know, it's, if you're telling me it's groceries, it's not Marcus Way, you know. And so I'm like, no, whatever, you know. And then all of a sudden, whatever, he's like, he's I don't know, he gets on the phone. He gets on the phone and he starts talking, and all of a sudden Marcus Way is on the phone along with Lance. He's at Lance's house, you know. I'm like, Marcus? He's like, yeah. And then I hear Lance, oh yeah, Merry Christmas, Ruben. Like, what? And that's when it all dawned on me, what the hell, Marcus? Because last week's show, I said that Brian, Mr. Red Jack, had sent us a bouquet of flowers, a beautiful flower bouquet, you know. And I said, you see, Marcus always tries to send me shit at Christmas, right? But I said, with the Canada Post has been on strike, so I was like, because of that, he couldn't get me this time. I was like, kind of laughing at him, you know. I go, but you weren't bright enough to think of this, you know. You didn't send the bouquet like Brian did. Stupid me for saying that, right? Like a couple of days later, he's sending 2 bottles of root beer and 2 containers of chocolate ice cream so I can make friggin' root beer float. So there you go. That's the kind of guy Marcus is. So you nailed me. You got me again, Marcus. What can I tell you? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're too funny. Oh my God. And I was telling the delivery guy, like, you understand, this thing you're delivering to me, it was delivered from California. Like, these 2 people you have on the phone with you, they're in California right now. Oh my God. He's like, what? He's all confused. They're like, what's happening here? You know? Yeah. So it was very, very funny. All
not literally from California, but like they called up somewhere local to deliver it.
Yeah, the order was placed from California, exactly. Oh, and by the way, because we sent them away the first time, right? The guy was not smart enough to keep the food, knowing it's ice cream. He didn't keep it in his trunk. He kept it inside the car. So by the time he delivered it 40 minutes later, and we finally realized, okay, it's for us. Like, I grabbed the ice cream and it just in my hands, like it was melted, you know. I managed to refreeze it, whatever, but yeah, that was just like, what is happening?
It was above freezing in Canada. It just so happens it was above freezing in Canada. For that.
Well, no, I mean, it was that day. It was freezing. That's what I'm saying. If he would have kept it in his trunk of his car, because he was driving around town in the neighborhood for 40 minutes trying to figure out where to deliver this, where it comes from.
Right. He kept it in his like heated, warm car.
Rather than putting it in the trunk where it would have stayed cold, you know?
Gotcha.
Exactly. So there you go. Yeah, that's there you go. All
right.
That's wild. But again, thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it. So crazy. All right, what do you guys? We're gonna get into real quick little background from Kavi, but let me just see a couple of your comments. Yes, so the funeral was today, right? Thank you, Sean. Marcus, I always thought he would outlive Mitch. I know Mitch always had a contentious relationship with him. I don't know the background behind it, so I'm not going to get into it. I wish Kavi had lots of Larry Wells. We get really weird tonight. Not a lot more flowers, but you know now what it is. Ruben the Hermit, yes, sir. Yeah, but what about you too, Stanley? I don't think you're going to OAX. You're not going to anywhere. Ruben the Scrooge. Why am I a Scrooge? Man. Canadian Solar? No,
I think it's because you were turning kids' dreams away to.
Oh, the kids! Oh, well, I give to charities already. It's like you can't give to everybody, you know. And also, in this day and age, there's a lot of scammy kids. That's why I can't trust the kids. There's a lot of kids that do the scams and just they print up shit on their computer. Oh yeah, this is my form. Just fill this out and you pay $3. Okay, and yeah, the money will go to the school. Everybody, and it's an easy way to scam. So, yeah. Keith is Golden Age comic art collector. He and Roger Hill worked together on an L.B. Cole and Reed Crandall books, which I helped with. Also, Macro Raboy. Yes, sir. Okay. That's not nice. Rest in peace. Yes, also rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. Exactly. I'm still here for you guys. Well, we're here for you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
I'm converted to Crazy Town. You are the leader of Crazy Town, Art. Peter Carter was a really good man. Thanks, Sean. Didn't know him. Ruben hid in the basement. Nobody messed with Ruben's ding dong. You're hilarious, Mike. Mike's going to be my co-host next week for the all-star episode of Show and Tell. So that'll be fun, too. Just like last year. Strangers who try to convert you into collecting monoprints and recreations. I prefer that. At least if somebody showed up wanting to talk comic art, I'd be, hey, come on. I'd invite them in. Hey, let's have a coffee, Be neighborly, yeah. With a bunch of strangers. Nice. Cast member since 2003. Keith Richard also passed. Oh, really? Wow. This week, Sean, for Keith Richard. Best former president since perhaps Quincy Adams. Long distance, just Ruben. That was a good one. It was a good one. I should have kept my mouth shut and not given you ideas. Marcus is totally suck. He is. I know. You do not underestimate. That's right. That's incredible. There you go. Yes, sir. Well done. The postman always rings twice. Or the supermarket, the delivery guy, anyways. 6 degrees that day. No, it was freezing, but he kept it in the warm car. That's the problem. I think he was afraid to bring it back to you. I think he was just confused, like I said. That's right. I have an unwavering faith in humanity. I do. Only let's in the Church of Latter-day Prince. No, but those Latter-day Saints people, sometimes they are some of the religious folks who knock on our doors as well.
Yeah. They're pretty aggressive.
Right? Yeah, they're pretty aggressive, exactly. So let's, all right, let's do this. Kavi, yes. Thank you, everybody. As I always say, thank you so much for letting us do not only the quiz with Tom. Thank you for letting us, letting me ramble with my little stories, my little side witty tales of terror related to root beer and such. Appreciate that. And just letting us have a good time in general before we ever even get into the art and all that stuff. And so for those of you, especially you, Dan, Mr. Bootlegging, since you're only going to be back at 10, that's perfect. I can let Kavi talk for the next 55 minutes. But I hope you come back before 10 because it's not going to take that long for him to give us the story. But yeah, Kavi, I figure we'll just save a little bit of time. Sometimes I really do enjoy hearing how people got into comics and how that led into the art. But if you want to skip that, that's cool, and just kind of start at.
No, I won't skip it. I'll try to be as brief as I can, or whatever. But, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good.
So, when it comes to comics, I think there's a few different key periods of my life that, encompass either experiencing comics or getting into comics. I was first introduced to the medium by my grandfather when I was like a very young boy. Like we're talking about 5, 4, 3 years old, you know, like young. And it's because I was reading the English reprints of Tintin, Asterix, you know, the Euro-Belgian comics that were popular overseas. And that was when I was visiting my grandfather in India, right? So he would literally have those. He would give me those. I would read those while I was there, mostly Tintin, but also some Asterix. And I would bring those home with me to the United States after those trips, right? So so I basically can just thank my grandfather for introducing me to the medium through primarily Tintin. I at that time was not really reading any American comics at all. I know a lot of people have that kind of a similar story about Tintin, Asterix. I know Alberto and Mikhail. Yeah, like a lot of people have kind of gotten their first basic introduction to comics, especially geared towards kids, through some of those titles. So that was like the way back original beginning of my, you know, comic book reading or interest, I guess.
Let me interject really quick just to ask you.
Sure.
Did your grandfather himself in his youth read Tintin?
Not that I really know of. I don't think so. Like, I mean, he's no longer with us, so I can't ask him. But I think it was more of a, you know, he was a teacher, right? So he had access to books. He had a lot of books, right? And so I think it was just something that he gave to me and my brother in those visits for something for us to do. But yeah, that's kind of where that is. It's not like he was some, you know, huge proponent of the medium and was like, right. Like you must get into comic books. No. You know, we both have our like, you know, family stories and things as it relates to like, you know, are they encouraging you to read comics or read in general, and in comics being a way to be reading, right? Or not. And like in your case, I guess, you know, you didn't have that encouragement, right? From family. I didn't necessarily have a negative or positive encouragement in that aspect. I was encouraged to read a lot. I did a lot of reading in general. Right. But those are the first comics that I remember, right? So I you know, I guess that kind of answers that. But there are other periods later on where I started discovering American comics. I think the first American comic I discovered was the Archie stuff. And like, I think I was young enough to where I thought that was just like the American version of Tintin. You know what I mean? Okay. It was just like, you know, simple art, simple dialogue, you know, a blonde haired kid, you know, like, so I don't even know if I really distinguished the difference between any of the stuff when I was that young. So we're talking about late 80s here. Okay. I don't know what year, but late 80s.
Late 80s, Peter. 90s. There you go.
Yeah.
What's up, Antoine? Good to see you. Yeah, like I'm also Archie.
Yeah. Tintin, Asterix, Archie were all pretty accessible to me when I was super young.
Yeah, Kavi, you were threatened. TJ says you were threatened. You will read Tintin.
We'll be into it. I mean, like, you know, I would love to own an Hergé, anything Tintin, but it's like pie in the sky stuff. I don't play in that. I don't play in that field necessarily. Yeah.
Right. And so at that point, now I'm trying to figure out them doing the calculations. Your age would have been really young.
Right? Yeah, anywhere between 3 and 6 years old. Something like that.
Right. Wow. Okay. And so at what point though do you discover the superhero shit?
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna get to. Like the Tintin stuff would be like wave 1 or phase 1. The American, the you know, the Archie probably 2, and then superhero would be 3. And so to be honest, I think a lot of my fandom for that, and I think maybe other 90s kids share this, is that is a lot of it was stemming from the cartoons I was watching.
Okay.
You know, like I was watching the X-Men, the animated series, Batman, the animated series, Batman Beyond later on, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, the Spider-Man 90s cartoon, even stuff like Darkwing Duck. You know, like I just watched a lot of cartoons around that age. So that's, you know, I learned about the X-Men through the cartoon, I would say, more so than the comics.
A lot of people did, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people in our hobby, in your age range, like 40 to 46, they say the same thing about that X-Men cartoon, you know, and the Batman cartoon as well.
All those cartoons were on during my, you know, early childhood, you know, 7 to 12-year-old like time frame. So, you know, it was easy to be influenced by a lot of those cartoons. And I can't pinpoint to you like exactly when I read my first comic as it stems out from that. I have a vague recollection of being at an older kid's house, like in the neighborhood that I was growing up in, that I used to buy like baseball, basketball, like sports card, like trading cards, right? Trading cards. That was one of the first things I got into collecting, right? I had a collecting gene from early on, but and that's kind of where I was starting to discover comics in the floppy single issue form, is because these other older kids had those. They had those alongside video games. They had those alongside baseball cards and basketball cards and stuff like that. And I would be hanging out in my neighborhood, kind of finding those things through those older kids like that. And it's very, like I said, it's very difficult for me to like remember all the details from that time frame, but that's kind of the memory I have from that period, is both cartoons and then sort of backwards finding my way into comics.
Right.
Do you ever? I mean, it's possible.
In a white windowless van. Heart might have been in the back of that van, so that's I think that's what he's getting at, I guess, you know.
And then you know, when I was in high school is a little bit more when I got into it again, because you had you know, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie was coming out, the what's called the Fox X-Men movies were coming out. So I kind of like, you know, there was another wave there, because all of a sudden all these things that I was really enjoying in cartoon form were coming to like live action versions, right? 89 Batman, like I saw that movie when I was very young, but I don't, you know, like it's probably like the generation before me, right? You know, like in all reality, like it probably had a much bigger impact on the generation before me. But those later, like those late 90s, early 2000s comic book films, especially Sam Raimi Spider-Man, you know, you would
have been like 15, 16, 17 around that time.
And Ultimate Spider-Man was coming out, and that was the movie was highly influenced by that. And so I kind of, that Bendis Bagley run is super important to me as a reader, as a Marvel fan, Spider-Man fan, my love of comics, my love of comic art. It's key core to my, you know, my being into comics was that time frame, that run, etc.
Yeah, sounds good. And so where do we bridge how you ultimately see art for the first time, or sort of discover art for the first time?
Well, after I moved to Boston, I went to college in Boston. So we're talking about after high school. I would occasionally still go into comic shops, Newbury Comics, you know, literally Newbury Comics on Newbury Street. Newbury Comics in Cambridge, near MIT and Harvard campus. And I would occasionally get comics there, but I would also get like DVDs and music CDs. It was like, that was like an all-purpose pop culture shop. You know what I mean? Where you could just get all sorts of stuff that I was into. So I was like on and off with comics during that time. I didn't read Sandman until I was in college, and that was like catching up on books that came out well before I was in college. You know what I mean? So that was an interesting time where I was like, I guess, continuing comics, but I was so busy with school and trying to make a whole, a music education work, and then eventually a career in music and all that. So the comics, they weren't at the front of my thinking necessarily for a while. And they weren't again until I started going to San Diego Comic-Con. And so we're talking about 10 years after college, when I was living in LA. I had been in LA for 5 years already before I started going to San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh yeah. Wow.
And the first San Diego Comic-Con, I don't even honestly know if I saw art the first time I went to San Diego Comic-Con. It may have been the second time, but that was the first time I saw comic art at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't know who it was. It could have been Albert Moy. Marcus could have been there. I have no clue, because I didn't know what I was looking for. You know what I mean?
Could it have had anything to do with this redhead that Marcus is asking about?
That was, well, that's a whole different story. Yeah. I mean, that redhead I met in college, and then we moved out to Los Angeles together and lived together for a few years and whatnot. And didn't work out. But had nothing to do with that. But yeah, I just remember seeing comic art for the first time at San Diego Comic-Con. Had no real interest in buying any at the time. I wasn't, obviously the prices were probably lower, but I wasn't like, oh, I wonder how much this is. Like, let me do some research on interior pages versus splash pages versus covers. I wasn't in that headspace at all.
Right.
I think I was more attracted by like the shiny slab comics and stuff on the wall. And I went down that route. Like, so this is like 2013, 2014 timeframe. So I went down more of the, I guess, buying back issues, buying key issues, grading comics, that kind of stuff. And I didn't really dabble into any kind of original art. I think it was 2012 or 2013, Peter. And the last time I went was 2014. So I have not been back to SDCC, because I in 2015, I moved from Los Angeles to New York City, and then New York Comic-Con became that's my big show to go to.
Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of how it's been since then. Trying to go back to San Diego, hopefully, but it's not as convenient as New York if you live in New York versus
if you go this summer or whatever, next summer, this coming summer, I'll go.
Yeah, I mean, I when they did the badge on sale the first time, like the website shit the bed, and like I didn't even get to a point where I could purchase tickets. And apparently that was a widespread problem, and they redid the whole ticket launch.
Wait. What you're talking about for 2025?
For 2025.
They already went on sale?
They tried to go on sale one time, and the whole website blew up. And then they had to redo it. They had to redo it like 3 or 4 weeks later. And I did get a badge when they redid it 3 or 4 weeks later. But by the time I got to the other side to like actually be able to purchase something, all the days except Sunday had sold out. So I only was able to individually buy a Sunday badge for 2025. And so I was just like, okay, I'll probably just end up reselling that and maybe trying to figure out a way to get in through a dealer or something,
Yeah, because
I'll figure something out. But it is a pain in the ass experience.
Because so that's how I used to get in all the time, right? With a dealer badge. The thing is that So I had local friends who would go there to set up booths, right? And he had so many booths, he would always, no problem. I'll put your name down for a badge, right? But I stopped going in 2005. And it's only after 2005 where the craziness of like, oh, San Diego, the way they built up the hype for people to try to get tickets, to get to try to get hotel rooms. And that all started happening after I last went there. And that's when dealers started realizing, like, it's so crazy for people to get tickets that they're willing to pay us good money for our dealer badges now. And so my friends and other dealers I've heard of, they all sell their dealer badges now for between $400 and $500.
Right.
And so I initially thought, well, I'll buy a ticket, because that's what I'm used to thinking, right? Dealer badge. Okay, he's not going to give it to me for free anymore, obviously. I'll buy the damn thing. If I go, I'll buy the damn thing for $500, whatever the price is. And then I realized, no, wait a second. When I last used to go there, I was still a hardcore hunter of original artwork.
Mm-hmm.
So it was imperative to get in as early as possible, But I'm not going to hunt artwork anymore. So I was like, I don't need one. I don't give a shit about a dealer badge. I'll buy a regular normal badge. And I also realized I don't even need to get there early. I'll sleep in from now on. If I go the next time, I'll sleep in. I'll wake up when I wake up. I'll have a nice breakfast. Then I'll casually stroll over with a regular badge. But I didn't think what you just said. I wasn't thinking about how crazy it is, and that
it's super crazy, competitive. Like, you need to have a strong internet connection, and you need to make sure you're right on point on it, on the whole process, and what's going on. And so really the dealer pass or whatever, like some other sort of form of hookup, is the ideal way to go nowadays. I have not been since 2014 San Diego Comic-Con. And the only reason I got into that is because I was able to take the badge of one of the artists I was working with at the time, one of the band members, and I just took his badge because they got a compliment. They had a compliment. They were playing the concert in the parking lot across the street, Lincoln Park. This is when I was working with Lincoln Park. And so all the band members were given gratis passes to San Diego Comic-Con. Some of them made use of it. Most of them did not. And I grabbed one of the ones that weren't being used. And so, I would kind of like finagle my way in there, but that was like 10 years ago. Like I had no idea. I had no idea like how loose it is or how challenging it is, to like on the day of figure out a way in there.
That kind of sucks now, knowing that if I decided to go, that my only way in is to have to blow an extra $500 or $400 or $500 for a dealer badge. That kind of sucks.
I've also never had to pay to stay in San Diego.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Because like it was like a work scenario, like that Lincoln Park scenario where like we had hotels covered.
Yeah, you had rooms. Yeah.
By MTV or whatever the hell it was,
Yeah. Lee says that he saw that Lincoln Park show. It was a cool free show.
Yeah, it was a fun show. And for previous years before that, I would just drive down for the day from LA. It's an easy drive.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I never would stick around that night in San Diego. So I thought it was expensive to stay in town back then. It's insane now.
Oh, sure. I mean, I don't know what it costs now, but I mean, I've said this before. I used to stay like when you go out of the convention center and you're facing out, right? If you turn left, it's not the first hotel to the left, it's the second one. That's the one I used to stay at. And back then it used to cost me around somewhere between $220 and $250 a night. And believe me, even today, I still think that's a ripoff just to go to sleep at night for 6 or 7 hours. Like, I think the hotel industry is a scam, right? I still today think that's a ripoff. But if that was in 2005, I can't imagine how much that hotel charges today. Probably $400 to $500, maybe. Like, Holy
yeah,
crap.
that's the part that's kind of scares me a little bit about trying to go, is like actually needing accommodations this time, because I can't just rely on quick drive back to LA or whatever I was doing back then. So yeah. So we'll see. we can chat. We can sidebar about whether we both actually end up going or not next year. I would like to, but I've already committed to definitely going to OAX. Like I have flights, I have hotel, so like let's that's happening. But as far as San Diego, we'll see. Like I don't know, if I can get a dealer badge, that's step one. If I can figure out accommodations that aren't going to make me not, it's like, if you're paying for accommodations, then can't buy anything at the show. Like, that's a toss up. Like, am I going just to hang out with people and like spending all my money on accommodations? You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. I don't know.
No. Yeah. It's a lot. It's not cheap. It's not a cheap trip. So it's a lot of financial things to kind of take into consideration, especially given some of the trouble you have to do when you have to reach out for a dealer badge, things like that, whatever. Accommodations, like you said, right? Because everything within a few miles is probably already taken up now anyways, in terms
I wouldn't even bother looking in San Diego proper. I would probably look like an hour away.
That's the thing. And I used to refuse to stay, like, again, if I could get a room, 2 hotels down the way, I'd do it. A couple of years, I remember I wasn't able to do it, so I had to walk like 5 blocks, but those blocks are really long, so it's like fairly, like, it's a good walk, especially when you've been on your feet like 12 hours at the convention on a concrete floor, so your feet are killing you,
how that's going to affect me with my current condition.
Right. I know, but you're already gonna, that's why I'm saying you're right. Like, for you with your current issues especially, I would say, do OAX and sort of take it easy, forget other shows for the rest of the year, unless it's, New York, because at least it's local to you. And then maybe wait.
New York, I got another 10 months to heal, or whatever. But
that's true. That's true. Yeah. But Kavi, stay in my van. It's got shag carpeting. Nice. Okay. Nice heart. We're gonna head down. But anyway, so the first piece you bought, what did it end up being?
So the first unpublished, not published comic art I got in 2017. It was a bunch of sketch covers, like, you know what I mean? Like, I was buying, like, that was my gateway drug, because like I said before, I was collecting key issues, like big Marvel keys, Golden Age books from, so I was like heavily into that whole, like, key
you were
issues,
hardcore CPC guy.
Building runs. I was doing a lot of that. And then, I was like, artists are drawing on the blanks, so let me, that's kind of cool. So, because it was still comics. So there was a couple of those purchases. Some were pre-done, some I got done at a show. Hey, what's up, John? So like, I don't even have a lot of those still. So it's like, that was like a very weird period for me as far as being a collector, because I felt like I was kind of being drawn to this new thing, but I was hesitant. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, I don't know if I really want to get into the whole published comic art stuff. Like, I might, I ended up getting into it anyway and going nuts and just like going absolutely freaking crazy, everybody kind of can relate to that or whatever. But that was kind of my gateway drug. And then the first published comic art stuff I bought was in 2018. So that's the same year that Mikhail started. I think he said in his interview.
I believe it was,
So
it might have been
2017, purely sketch covers. 2018 started with the published stuff.
Okay. And by the way, is this a friend of yours? Sig Slayer Station, comic book headquarters.
I'm not sure, but he's making a good point. Like, it was for me,
But welcome, whoever you are. Let me know how you found my channel, please. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That's 2 in a row, right? Him and John both said the sketch covers were like a gateway, right?
Which is, because now I don't get the sketch covers really at all anymore. But that was where I started. First published 2018. I bought 3 pages from the same seller person. And only one of which I still have, right? One was a Sean Chen Elektra page. And the other 2, funny enough, were Tom Grummett X-Men Forever #1 pages. So, which I think at one point I chatted with you when we first met about
the signature one.
Yeah, Tom Grummett's run on that, and like I wasn't a big fan of Corey Hampshire's inking over it. No offense to Corey, exactly. But I just wasn't a big fan of the inking and the way that he kind of finished those pages and inked around the signature and stuff like that. Yeah. So I ended up parting ways with those Grummett X-Men Forever #1 pages at some point. But I still have the Sean Chen Elektra, and that was my first published page, and that was 2018.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, thank you, Sig Slayer Station Comic Book Headquarters. That's a damn long name. Glad to hear that you've been watching for a while. That's cool. And I see you already know Southern Comic Geek, so I guess that's where you kind of it's all an incestuous little group we have, but that's fun. That's cool. Very cool, Kavi. So is with that all being said, is that basically the story? Is there anything else you want to add to your story before we get into the showing of the?
No, like I never, up until a certain point, I didn't feel comfortable buying published art or really getting into it, because I'm kind of what I describe it as, like I describe myself as being a serial collector, meaning like I'm not only am I collecting, but I'm collecting new hobbies along the way. You know what I mean? Like, I get into a lot of different things, and once I get into something, I go really gung ho with it. So like, that's why I was initially hesitant, but once I got into it, I went off the deep end a little bit.
Sure. Who did you buy your first page from? Peter wants to know.
It was an eBay seller. To be honest, I don't remember the.
It was just an eBay guy. Yeah,
it was an eBay seller. He had the Grummett X-Men pages. He had the Elektra page, and so I just did a whole combined make an offer. I made an offer on all 3, or whatever it was.
And remind me and remind everybody, I guess, on those X-Men Forever pages. Did you decide to go for those because you had read the series, or you just saw them, they looked nice, okay, I'll get them?
I mean, I had read the series. I liked the content. I liked the content on the page.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I think I was buying the other page, and then I kind of got a little bit overzealous and was like, oh, let me just
get the other one. Yeah. What the hell?
He hasn't been there, but yeah. I like Grummett, so it's not that I don't like Grummett. I on the inking for that particular book.
You didn't like the inking, yeah.
I didn't necessarily like it, and at the time, I didn't really have a great understanding of not to open up a whole can of worms, but I didn't have a great. That was 2018. I was a newbie as far as published comic art. I didn't have a great understanding of what a blue line was. Or what, like, I didn't even know if that was blue line or or if his pencils were really. Turns out his pencils were really under there, and I was just very, very heavy inking by Hampshire or whatever. But I didn't, I didn't really know what I was doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was kind of just experimenting. So yeah, that's how I started, and I kept going.
Okay. For about 5 seconds there, you turned purple, green, and blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just putting it out there just in case. Okay.
No, nothing changed on my screen, but that's weird. Okay.
Yeah, it was weird. Overzealous comic art collectors? I don't know what that is. Yeah, exactly. Gamma radiation. You saw it, right, Rickster? I know you saw it. It couldn't have been just me.
Well, I have a little CRT TV back there, and it actually has the Sam Raimi Spider-Man DVD menu on there, because that was the last DVD I had in there. So maybe it might be coming from that. Maybe, like a little bit of flickering lights.
Yeah, Southern Comic Geek asks, blue lines, what are those? Well, let me see, what time is it? Oh, it's pretty good. Let's take the next, what do you say, Kavi?
Yeah, let's just cancel the show and tell and just talk about.
Yeah, no, 90. Well, no, we'll get back to it, but let's spend the next 90 minutes or so talking about blue lines, and we'll explain what it is for everyone, you know.
I mean, that's when I was on the first show about nothing, it was supposed to be about nothing, and then it turned into like a 3-hour blue line debate. So, yeah.
Well, it's nothing because it's nothing planned, right? Nothing pre-planned.
Yes.
So that's nothing.
I mean, those are my favorite episodes to be on. But...
Yeah, that's fun, you know. Marcus drugged Ruben's drink. I don't know why you said that. Blue lines for us or US. I want to talk about gray lines. Well, they're the same as blue lines, but they're gray. That's about it. That's all there is to say. So that's pretty good.
I like what TJ said. Just more evidence that Grummet is gateway art.
Nice. It's what old guys need, and you're definitely an old guy. I think the Ruben and Kavi video dived into blue lines was how I learned. Okay,
that's cool. I guess. I think he's being serious, but
I think so.
If that's the case, that's kind of cool. So.
I mean, I've touched on the whole blue line thing on multiple episodes of various shows over the years, but yeah, Dianetics is the gateway to blue lines.
So like I learned a lot of my early information like that from another collector. His name's Ray. He used to have a YouTube channel. He went by RB3 Comics, but I think he long has taken his channel down and is not really an online guy or whatever, but he's still a good friend of mine. I had the chance to meet him and hang out with him in Vegas several years back. But he's the one that kind of first gave me some basic intel on like, this is comic art fans. This is this is blue line, you know, and he kind of like gave me, I guess, the bullet points of the basics I needed to know to start diving in. And then later, I think when I met you, that compounded even further because we had our own, you know, several conversations offline. This was before you were doing content and whatnot. And, you know, so I would say I have two comic art mentors and you would be one of them, but Ray RB3, who's not an online guy anymore, was the first one who gave me sort of, you know, I wasn't moving, I wasn't going off of zero information because of him, which is cool. Right.
Which is good. Yeah. That's everybody needs that, I think, you know, when they first step in. It's nice if you can have that. I mean, it's tough to go at it when you're alone and then it's the wild west kind of thing. It can be overwhelming, you know, when you don't have anybody to kind of guide you in any way, you know. Fantastic. Antoine says, if there are original pencils out there, it affects the value of ink blue lines. Antoine, maybe you hit refresh, please. Can you hit refresh? I don't know. Yeah, it seems like you're a few minutes behind, perhaps.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe not, though. You'll always remember your first. Is that true, Marcus? You remember your first? We all remember our first.
Yeah.
For sure. But yeah, sounds good, Kavi. That's awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing the background info. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think everybody has their journey into first and foremost enjoying the medium or the characters or the stories, right? And I collect. I think I collect a lot for those reasons. Yeah. But there's also some sort of actual art appreciator deep within me where I'm also where there are also pieces that I collect because of the image, just pure image. Like I love the image. I may not have ever read it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or maybe I'll read it down the line, but I really like the image a lot. So I don't, you know, I don't have set rules, but I do collect for the love of the storyline, the specific art, you know, run or whatever it may be. But I also do collect for like love of just the image alone. And then I would add a little, I guess, a third bucket to that of where there are actually pieces that I think are more about like historical importance to comics. Because there's this, you know, whether you call that first appearances, yeah, that's part of it. But there's also just stuff that I feel like have importance to the history of the comic book industry, and those kind of pieces appeal to me as well. So those are kind of the three lenses that I view before buying art, and usually it fits into one of those three buckets for me when I'm buying something. Hey Carl, what's up, man?
Yeah, hey Carl. Even though you never say hi to me, you only ever say hi to the guests. How is he your brother? You're not brown. Really? Yeah, he always says hi to the guests, never to me. You're yellow. You're not brown.
He's tuning into your chat, like he's, it's
he tunes in. He tunes in like, to say hi to everybody but me. That's what Carl does. He likes to do that. But again, let me get to the more important thing: is how is he your brother? Because you're like with the Brown brothers. He's yellow. You're brown. So how can you be brothers?
Let's not get into color. Let's not get into shades and colors here, man.
I don't see color. All right, I'm just having some fun, everybody. You know that. Kavi has a few awesome pieces I wouldn't mind buying. I'm sure he does. He's everybody who's done it.
Tom's one of the guys I'm looking forward to seeing in person at OAX. So we could always talk about it, Tom. You never know.
Yes, exactly. Right. Show off your shirt. Oh yeah, show off your shirt for Carl. Make Carl happy. Look at that. Oh, let me get his.
Yeah. I was like, where are all the Valiant guys? I guess Jason was here earlier, but yeah.
We are all brothers in art. That is certain, Peter, for sure. Valiant, number one, Valiant Future fan. Ruben sees color if it's a delivery guy at his door. Marcus, just FYI, since you mentioned it, he was colored. It was I think he was a Haitian guy. So we could make out next time we see each other. Excellent. There we go. We make up for it. Excellent. What a plan.
I think I'm getting some jealousy of the shirt right here. Yeah.
Look at that, Carl. He needs it. He needs one of them. Look at that. All right. So you ready to get into the art, man?
I'm ready whenever you. I mean, look, like I said before, I like to troll you in the chat about the runtime and like let's get to the art. And that's just purely from a standpoint of pure love and respect. Like
I know.
I like trolling my friends. Too many people are sucking up to you in the chat, Ruben. All right. I can't let Marcus be the only troll.
What? Sucking up to me? Everybody's usually fucking harassing me. What are you talking about?
I'm just trolling you again right now.
Everybody loves to troll me and make fun of me, man. Oh, I figure I need some allies once in a while, But no, that's okay. And you know what? You know what's funny, Kavi, is I like it because not only is it funny, but it's actually helpful to me because it is.
Oh, I know.
It does serve as a good reminder. Like, yeah, okay, you're right. Let me get. I got to get this going. You know what I mean? So look at poor Jason. See, guys like Jason, he has to split. We haven't even seen a single piece of art
Jason,
yet.
sorry, buddy. Sorry,
pal. I appreciate it, but you know how these shows go. I'm sorry. Sorry you couldn't stay later tonight. Sorry, bud. Oh, and Happy New Year, by the way, since we probably won't speak until then. Have a good New Year.
Happy New Year.
Infinity Gauntlet, I'm sure, is a pick. Carl Joy, hopefully you'll have pants on Saturday show. When are we talking about Ruben's redheads? If Kavi's redhead, I don't know. I'm kind of curious for that story too. He'll have to tell me later privately. Later, Jason, time to call Harrison for it, dear Lord. Yeah. So let's get it, everybody. Let me cue up the artwork, and we'll get into the show and tell. My God, I can't believe.
I thought we promised Dan no art until 10 p.m. though.
Well, this is the thing, but I can't believe that we came within 15 minutes of Dan actually being right. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yes, exactly.
Dwayne's getting anxious. Maybe we
an hour and 45 minutes in. It's time to show some art. You know it, buddy.
Stanley wants us to talk about New Year's plans. Oh, there's Dan. Too early for
artwork. Haitian guys had a tough 2024. What other Haitian guys had a tough 24? What am I not thinking about? No. Political or sports? I'm sure it's one of the two. What Haitian guys had problems in 2024? Leave it to you, Marcus, to think about these things.
I'm not very well versed in like world affairs these days for some reason.
Yeah. Well, Stanley, there's nothing to talk about for me. I can only tell you I will be here watching a college football game. Michigan versus Alabama. go blue. And I think that should finish within an hour-ish before midnight, New Year's, And then I guess at midnight, Arwen, Vivian, and I will have a hug and a kiss, and then, oh, Happy New Year, and then we'll each go back to doing whatever we were doing just before that. It's like when you're old, that's what happens.
You're not right. You acknowledge it. It exists. We're here. It's 2025. Let's move on.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So,
same way.
All right. So let's get into this.
Okay. They were talking about that whole eating cats and dogs nonsense that was going on in America.
Oh, those right, blaming the Haitians. Right.
All right. Okay.
They're eating the pets of the people who live there. Okay.
Oh boy.
Classic. Yeah. So let me cue this up. Here we go.
I am very curious to see what you picked. Like
everybody usually is.
The whole quiz thing with Tom has kind of thrown me for a little bit of a loop because I was like, oh, I thought maybe he might have picked that, but okay. So I have a little bit of context, and as you know, I kind of struggled with the fact that because I have so much of my collection not on calf,
right?
I was like, should I give you some not on calf options
to
show? Even though I haven't posted it, but then I decided against that, and we decided together against that because I wanted to go through the whole show like everyone else has, where it's like you only have to pick what's on my calf, and I don't know what they are, and we roll with it, right? So I wanted to do it that way rather than be like show these because I haven't had a chance to upload them yet or whatever.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And I'm slow. I'm slow at uploading to calf. I will only do one piece at a time per day tops,
right? And
I'm so far behind as far as posting and scanning, and like I never had a scanner until 2022, I believe, and you're the one that convinced me to get the scanner. So like going back and scanning my art from like 2018 up until 2022 has been an ongoing project of mine. That is
and I'm glad when you mentioned that it's kind of fun. Like it's actually satisfying the way it's relaxing, and it's kind of satisfying. I think when you make it and it comes out nice, and you're like, oh wow, that's a really nice scan, right? It's a really good representation of the original piece, and it's like it's satisfying. So. Yeah, and you mastered the machine because your scans are great. So I love seeing you post this stuff.
Yeah, I love that scanner. I have recommended it to other collectors, including Carl. I don't know if he ended up buying one, but it's a solid scanner. Oh,
Carl, I thought you were too busy because you have you're publishing. You have your new publishing venture and you've got a channel and all that. But I've got an opening, I think, in January. Let me reach out to you, man. Let me reach out to you, and then you let me know if you have time.
It's probably the weekend of OAX when we're all going to be having fun, and you won't be there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, you're off to scan some art. Excellent. You come back later. We're gonna start now, Dan. Oh yeah, tell them quickly. What's the name of the scanner, Antoine?
It's the Plus Tech Optic Slim something A3. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, it's the 16. It's the Plus Tech Optic Slim 16. Here, I'm fine. Let me find a link real quick.
No, I got it. I got you.
I got it.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty long one, but let's see if it works. Did that go in?
I found a link, but it's way too long for the chat, so I can't.
It's super long. Let me know if it works or not, Antoine. And if not, you can reach out to me by email. Let me know. Click that quickly and let me know if it takes you to eBay and a seller of a $339 flatbed machine.
Worked for me.
Oh, it worked, yeah? Okay, cool. So there you go, Antoine. I've had a few. Thank you, Hart. I've had a few people who picked it up, and they got it from them and said
it's
it was
really good.
Yeah,
it's really good. It doesn't do twice up size or larger, but anything sort of in that 12 by 18, 11 by 17 sort of range, it's perfect.
Yeah, 11 by 17. Yeah.
It can get like slightly bigger than 11 by 17 it can handle, but it can't do large art.
Okay, and you're familiar with it. Okay. Cool. All right, so before Dan ends up being right 10 minutes from now, let us get into the first piece, everybody, and we will get this show rolling. All right, let me cue this up here.
Right. I think I'm going to sweat into the Mannix remark, so I'm going to switch hats here a little bit.
Okay, and here, real quick, because I forgot at the beginning, so this will be the first time that I did a mid-show promotion of Nikki B. So here's the Nikki B, the EXP. Check out Nick Barucci's show, the EXP, everybody, please. Every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, on the EXP. So as you see the URL on your screen right there. And this is the fine gentleman right there that you see with Amy behind the Friday 7 p.m. Eastern logo. And yeah, check that out. Got some good entry-level type artwork, affordable art, and some high-end stuff as well from time to time. And it's also a combination chat show, so it's.
I can't wait to be watching your show in like 10 years when Nick has like gray hair and you're still using this promo pic.
Yeah.
For the show.
Yeah. Well, let me just tell you, in fairness, it's not like he or anybody.
I know he hasn't sent you a different one.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like nobody has ever stepped up to, like, I did this all of my own volition, and I had to go and fetch this picture and doctor it a bit to fit the whatever so whatever. But check that out, everybody, please, if you can. This Friday, I'm assuming did he say he had a show this Friday? I think he's still on this Friday, right, Marcus? I believe so.
I would assume so. But
yeah, EXP, EXP. You guys are getting pretty excited about EXP. Using a Zur A3 scanner. Never heard of it, but it works okay. That's good. That's all that matters. And Dynamite Comics, The Untold Story. Are you trying to make fun of me? Because we didn't really talk a lot about Dynamite after the 6-hour show. Yes. Well, the most interesting part of Nikki's history is everything that led up, no offense, everything that led all the way up to Dynamite, to be honest. I really wanted to get that in there. And, we touched upon Dynamite in the last hour, but not super in depth, but whatever. You got enough, guys. It was a great show. A lot of people told me they loved it, so I'm going to go with that.
All right, I'm with the chat. I'm with the chat. Let's go. Let's roll. Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. So first piece for tonight is...
Get rid of that youtube.com.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Here we go.
There you go.
Right. There we go.
I'm still producing the show, even though I'm the guest. In the back of my mind, I'm giving you notes.
Yep. Sean Howe's book on Marvel, and I think I may even have that. Thank you, Peter, for clarifying. Yes, first piece tonight's show. Check it out and talk to us about this one. I love this one. Check it out.
Let's see it. Oh, sweet. Okay, I was wondering how much Star Wars would you select, since that's a good portion of my collection, I would say. I mean, I just love, to me, this is a very representative Star Wars piece from that period of Star Wars between Empire and Jedi, which is what this portion of the current Marvel run was covering. You have a Imperial villain that's specific to the comics, that General Zara character. That's like the large figure whose face is kind of being juxtaposed by the X-Wings and the explosion right there front and center. You get the space battle stuff. I mean, the Palpatine image looks freaking amazing. The Vader looks really, really good, and you got the stormtroopers in there as well. It's just a very, very cool Empire-centric Star Wars cover. That really appealed to me. I love Carlo's artwork. He is one of those, like, he does the pencils independently, and then his inking partner, Jason Paz, inks, right?
Yes.
So he is one of those kind of more modern guys that does that split style. with an inking partner. So that, of course, leads to decisions for certain types of collectors with certain types of preferences. It doesn't bother me, to have two separate boards representing one cover. I think it makes sense to just go with the inked piece as far as like what to show or what to display. But yeah, I love this cover. I'm a big fan of Charles Soule as a writer, whether it's his Star Wars work or any of his other work, honestly, too. So it was also a portion of the Star Wars run that I was enjoying a lot. But I would say this, so there is a story element to me liking this piece or wanting this piece, but it is the image ultimately for this one that I fell in love with the image and, wanted the cover.
Yeah, I love it all. And of course, it's got, some of my favorites are Vader and the Stormtroopers. But I just love that it's Palpatine. He's so terrifyingly scary.
Yeah, menacing.
Yeah, I love that. It's just what a great menacing look he's got, man, with that just the perfect evil grin, right? Yeah, really, really love it. And I'm sorry, can you remind everybody, or at least me, what's the name of the woman?
General Zara.
Zara. How do you spell that?
I think Zara.
Okay. I don't remember her in movies. Was she in any
It's a comic book. It's a comic book character. Yeah.
Right. So it's only strictly in comics?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And FYI, just so you know, because you mentioned it, I'm just going to say, because I always try to show a more well-rounded view of everybody's collection, even when they're known for something, I try to not put so much of that.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't really classify myself as being known for any one thing, but I definitely do have a decent amount of Star Wars art within
not only do you though, but you also are, pretty from people who know you or know of you. They also know you as, oh yeah, he loves Star Wars, so you're thought of as a Star Wars guy, so but just wanted to don't expect a lot of Star Wars tonight, but of course I have to represent it for sure, but because I just feel like when people have a broad scope in their collections, I feel like with only 20 pieces, I'm like, sure, if you're known for, let's say, Star Wars and you love Star Wars, I could put 4 or 5 pieces easily, but then I'm like, damn, but in such a broad collection, it leaves me with 15 pieces to represent.
As you know, I wanted to give you a piece I haven't posted to Keif yet. That's like probably my best Star Wars piece, but I saved my Star Wars art for the month of May because that's like the Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
Like both Jeff and I do that kind of thing.
The Star Wars May maniacs.
Yeah, we go hard on Star Wars in May, and then we kind of don't post as much Star Wars the rest of the year, I guess. Yeah.
Why does she have one eye? Marcus is asking.
Because there was a massive explosion covering up her other one. I mean, that's
what is there to know?
I mean, yeah.
He's jacking you off. That's it.
Is he jacking me off?
I think so.
Is that appropriate for YouTube now, or are we in danger?
Like I've noticed lately, really a lot more. Every week it seems to get worse and worse. As I'm watching videos, more and more, I notice that these YouTubers are avoiding saying the most common words in the English language. I'm just like, what's going on? Like, why is that suddenly not allowed to be said on YouTube? Like, it's just crazy. Like, I don't know what's happening, but YouTube seems to be
those policies are pretty fluid. So,
Yeah, it's weird. So sorry.
I'm trying not to jump on top of the joke and make it even more ridiculous, but it's hard. It's hard not to.
Talking about floppies and jacking off. This show is becoming XXX. There you go. All right, let's hit the next one, folks. And for that, we go to this one.
Oh, well, you had to pick this one, right?
Come on. I picked this because you should know I love Alcala inks on Batman from this era. And whether it's Newton, Holberg, anybody, a Colin, anybody. I just love this era of Batman. This is when I got into Batman.
And well, much like yourself, I really enjoy Newton's inking or Newton's art, Batman art with Alcala as his inking partner. Obviously this was from the mid 80s, so it's not like this was like a run I was actively reading when I was a kid or anything like that. I had discovered this stuff later on, but that first 2 panels especially kind of just blew me away about this page. That the shot with Batman and Robin on the rooftop, and then the action throw, the swinging in the third panel from looking at it from Robin's perspective. So those top 3 panels vertically laid out are just perfect. And then the bottom 2 panels are just like, I guess more B story elements, but they're also just very well illustrated, very well inked. You've got a boxing shot of a newspaper. Boxing is another thing I'm into. As you saw the Joe Palooka cover in the trivia show. So I liked everything pretty much about this page, and getting a Newton Alcala was kind of on my hit list for what's my Batman collection going to be like? And so, I honestly, I don't remember exactly when I bought it or when I posted it, but it's one of my favorite Batman pages for sure.
Yeah, it's fab. And do you remember where you got it or how you came into it?
To be honest with you, no. Like I can look it up. I can pull up
I don't need to know. I don't need to know. I just know that like a lot of people tend to remember, but I'm always amazed how sometimes like people don't have a clue, and it's like, oh, how do you not even have? It's just weird because I tend to kind of remember, but a lot of stuff
you got to keep in mind. So like I started with the published art in 2018, and for those first couple years, like I didn't have as good records as I have now.
Right.
I definitely didn't have as good scans as I have now. Right. So it's a thing where I can go reference my document and answer that question right away because I have it all documented.
Yeah, I know, I get it. Sure.
But off the top of my head, like I was probably buying stuff left and right during that period. So it's like, probably the guy in the van is the best answer that I could even come up with. So
that's it. No, that's okay. No, it's no worries. It doesn't matter. I was just curious, But yeah, fantastic page. That's how I love it. And by the way, it was no coincidence. I decided I'm going to start with Star Wars because that's one of the properties that I know you love. Mm-hmm. And it's not a coincidence that the second piece I wanted to show was Batman because I know that you also love Batman a lot as a character. And that's why.
I think I was alluding to it earlier, but like I collect and am appreciative of a broad spectrum of comics. Like I'm not a very narrow guy of like, I'm an X-Men guy. Like everything I get, like I love X-Men. But I also love Spider-Man. I also love Batman. I love Star Wars. There's a lot of stuff that TMNT. So it's I'm collecting, I guess, more widely or broadly rather than like focusedly, I guess. And that's just the way I enjoy collecting in general.
For sure. Yeah. No, I think that's the best way to go. It's a lot more interesting over time, when you have a broader scope.
Well, I don't think there's a right way or wrong way, but
I'm not saying I didn't say it was right or wrong, but I do find it a lot more interesting when it's a broader scope. That's all I'm saying, Because listen, I can sit down with you and go through 5 whatever number of full portfolios of just Batman art if you have it. No problem, and we can discuss every page one at a time, and we'll sit there for hours. I can do it. I'm just saying, if given a choice, I would still rather look at a bunch of different characters and a bunch of different titles, and that's all I'm saying. It's not about right or wrong. So, so do we have Cherry? We do not have Cherry. Why do you keep asking that? Does collecting broadly get overwhelming? I don't think so. Why would it? No. What do you think?
No,
you're going along with the flow, right? You're just buying the things you like, and
I'm not putting any pressure on myself to collect broadly. You know what I mean? Like there may be a period of time where I'm more focused on Spider-Man, right? Or there may be a period of time where I'm more focused on Star Wars, but I don't, I'm not conscious of it all the time. So yeah, I wouldn't say that it adds pressure per se.
Yeah. Omaha, the cat dancer is awesome. You know that, Marcus. You read it. When you were a wee lad, you used to buy them, even though you should have been 18. I'm sure you were buying those issues. I know you were, Marcus. Carl says, I can't wait to do a deep dive with Ruben on XXX comic art. Listen, if you can tell me, because I don't know I can't keep track of these YouTube rules. If somebody could tell me that my video, stream wouldn't get taken down, I would absolutely do one of these an episode. If somebody had a collection of art,
do not do that. Do not get your channel taken down. Okay. Carl's got this whole XXX joke thing that's related to dueling dealers and stuff like that. That maybe he's kind of like inside joking with that XXX stuff.
Okay. Well, I can sense that he's joking.
Yeah. Don't worry about
it. In case he's serious, I do it if I knew that I wouldn't get shut down. That's all.
This is not the right site for that. There's another site called OnlyFans. If you guys want to plan.
Oh yeah. No, I know that OnlyFans. I have my account on that already.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. Marcus was the first subscriber to that. Any Caroline Cash pee pee poo poo? No, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to wait for the next Mr. Vega show and tell. Let me see. Omaha was fun reading. Would only do 2 pages at a time though, because then you'd have to stop and whack it or what? Like I don't get that. What does that mean? Would only do 2 pages at a time? Because you have to stop and go to the bathroom. Like, what are you talking about?
No Valiant art, Marcus. Only Valiant shirts.
I was buying Heart D.
Yeah, just shirts.
You should do Karma with Nick. I've got Humberto Ramos and his Spectacular Spider-Man art for whenever you need to add that to your collection. Look at this guy. He comes in here to try to sell you artwork. Wow, I've never seen that before. That's wild.
I respect it. That's cool.
OF. OnlyFans original art. Okay. I guess that's why Ruben doesn't want to see my Serpieri collection. Antoine, do you have one? I used to have Serpieri. I actually kind of played a bit of a role in introducing Serpieri's Druna work to North American collectors because nobody was buying it here. Nobody knew what it was. Most people anyway. Some did. The ones who have broader interest in art. But most collectors I spoke to didn't. And then I went to Italy and picked a bunch of that stuff up. And I, just to offer it on my website to try to get people interested and stuff. And yeah, that was fun. The good days. But then it got really expensive like everything else, LOL. All right, let us go to the next one. No, why are you asking these weird questions? He doesn't have any Boyd Indigo art. I remember Val Meyerich did that series. I do know what you're talking about. Don't know why you would ask that though. But yes, the third piece in tonight's show and tell everybody is this really fun one. I really love this. And my favorite artist from these characters. Check it out.
Oh yeah. Well, this is the jealous girlfriend meme page. Yep, there you go. So I'm sure most people know what that meme's all about, but this is Harry and Lucey doing it in Archie Silver Age style. So yeah, I mean the pages where Veronica is like super pissed off at Archie, just those are my favorite, I guess. Just from a content standpoint. Yeah. And Harry Lucey, did you just say that he's your favorite Archie artist? Because he's also my favorite Archie artist. Yeah, I did, yeah. So yeah, he's at the top of my Archie Mount Rushmore, if you call it. But yeah, I mean, it's just funny, Archie's eye wanders and Veronica's upset, and it's pretty much a picture perfect version of that jealous boyfriend meme that still is somewhat popular on the internet, which is funny. But yeah, it's really fun. Really fun. Yeah, it's nice that the fact that it's the splash page for the story too. That's always kind of fun, right? And yeah, that classic top panel. Yeah, it's just so good. I love Archie's face.
Archie's face.
It's so funny. Like it's just top-notch Archie content from one of the best, if not the best, Archie artist.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. What's up, Alex Garcia in the house?
Hey, Alex.
There you go. There's the meme. Yeah, really, really fun. So, yeah, that's a great one. I love it. And
like, you know, Archie is like one of those things where it's like if I'm feeling a little bit like burnt out on other categories, I'll like go to Archie. Archie's like my kind of comfort zone for collecting, like in between collecting other stuff, I guess, if that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like I first read it way back in the day. I'll still pick up Archie books here and there and flip through them. It's like one of those titles or universes where it's like, I don't need to worry about continuity. I don't need to worry about having all these facts in my head. It's just like, I could really just quickly enjoy an issue of Archie or any piece of Archie art, and just for what it is, like, you know, the joke on that page, the gag, whatever it is. I love it. It's just fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Possibly.
Cheryl Blossom. And did you see Lee's comment? Veronica's a bitch. I like Betty.
Yeah, and Tom said Betty is trailer trash. So you know,
you guys are nuts, man.
I don't. It's like
the beautiful thing about Archie is that the guy's like this sort of, you know, not very attractive ginger, right? And not to say that his unattractiveness is because he's a ginger. I don't care about that, right? But he's just not you know, he's not drawn like he's some attractive dude. And somehow, like the two hottest chicks, one the brunette, one the blonde. So you get the both of both worlds. You don't have to choose. They're both fighting tooth and nail to like date this guy constantly. You know, it's like
I find that like that's like adds to the charm of it, like the fun of it, like what makes it fun.
Right.
Like you know, the Riverdale TV show didn't go that route, right? Like they casted like some really good looking dude to play Archie.
Oh,
like,
did they? Oh, I
was like, man, like I wish he looked a little bit like, you know, a little bit klutzier or dumb. You know, I don't know what I was hoping for really. Like it's TV is TV and comics are comics, but it's I think it's all part of why I think it's fun.
Yeah, for sure. And Alberto, no, I'm not a ginger hater. I love redheads, actually. I mean, the women, I have no problem. I got a beautiful painting in my living room with a femme fatale who happens to be a ginger. So, and I have a beautiful ginger painting, a beautiful woman in a nice bright yellow, canary yellow dress sitting on her white couch in my bedroom. And she's a ginger. So there you go. I just disproved your accusation on me. 1976, my grandma would buy me Richie Rich and Archie to help me learn to read. Still love reading. There you go, Tom. There you go.
Like as far as American comics, Archie was one of the ones that helped me in that regard as well. The early reading experiences.
Yeah, Ruben likes Ralph Mouth. I used to actually hate that guy, not because he's a ginger. I just hated him because he was just an idiot. He wasn't cool at all, right? So it was just like, what a moron, you know? Oh my gosh. I like everybody else. Fonzie was my guy. I gotta admit, he's super cheesy now, but at the time he was super cool somehow. Yeah. All right. Let us keep it rolling, everybody. As Rick tells us that Ginger is greater than Marianne. I would say most people kind of agreed with that. Although a lot of us, and I did too, admittedly, but I also always had a fondness for the girl next door type. So that was Marianne. And so I like both of them, you know? Yeah. All right. Let us keep it rolling. And for the next one, we will show. Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah. A piece by an artist who, over the years, especially in recent years, is really making me think hard about whether I actually feel he is my favorite all-time artist now on this character, even more so than the previous greatest one. Making me think a lot. I love it. Check it out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what can I say? It's possibly my favorite comic artist doing one of my favorite characters or things that he's associated with. Like, obviously, year one was very highly influential. Batman Year One's highly influential on me, but so is Daredevil Born Again. This is not a Born Again page. I am not in the game for Born Again pages. It's not my financial sector.
Not in your wheelhouse.
Involved in those, but
yeah,
this is one of the best for me in the Bull Noddy, Denny O'Neil. One of the best issues in that run. It's like the whole Micah Sin sub storyline that he did. I love those top 3 panels of Daredevil. Obviously, you have sort of he's not literally seeing it, but what he's facing, right, when he's looking at the cab or looking at the street through the broken window. And then you get a close-up shot of him. I love that dialogue. He's literally like referencing the fact that he's blind. Right. And then you have, like, he says, "For all my skills, I am blind." And then he has that whack, that side punch to the face over there. So you get some Daredevil in action page. But the middle panel for me is what I mean. Yeah, like, you have Daredevil in the top three panels, and it's awesome to have a Maz page with Daredevil on it. But the middle panel is why I love the page. I think the Micah Sin penthouse scene with that crazy statue or whatever the hell, I love that panel. It's just amazing to me. It's like if you isolate that panel, you might not even know what you're looking at. But to me, it's just like perfect in between that clearly Daredevil content on the top and bottom. But yeah, I love this page. Like, I get inquiries about this one all the time that I have to like kind of just say, sorry, like, when am I ever going to get the chance again if I let go of this kind of thing? I get asked about it a lot, but yeah, and even just to have his, the signature down there, and it's just, I don't know. It's like, I don't like ranking stuff within my collection, but it would hard to put this outside of the top 10 or top 5 or whatever,
right.
Whatever argumentative number or debate it would spur on. But
sure.
Yeah. Mazzucchelli, very important artist to my fandom. His work on Batman is unobtainable. I have a blue line. I have a blue line of a year one page, not on my cap, but it's just a blue line. It's not art. It's production or whatever. But this is awesome. And I like the cut corners. Matt Kennedy. I'm a big fan of those cut corners.
Yeah, Matt. Let's all rag on Matt. Let's all rag on Matt for a while. By the way, let me be the first. Literally, Matt, and I love Matt. You guys know that, but like, Matt is literally for me anyways. You can tell me if it's different for you. He's the first guy who I ever heard in this hobby talk like that and say like, "Oh yeah, no, the people that I know and but don't forget, guys, he was like, running art galleries, right? And it's fine art type stuff. Those people are more snooty, typically. So yes, condition is.
I've never heard anyone else mention it really at all. But so
I've heard many people over the years like ask, hey, because they're newer in the hobby, and like, hey, how come it's all weird like that and weirdly cut, and but to say like, ooh, yeah, I don't know, I don't know if I'd want to buy it because it's got the corners cut, or like, what? It to me, that means you don't get it. You really don't get it. It's all part of the production process. It is production art. That's the bottom line. That's it, right? So it's just so funny.
It doesn't bother me at all. It's fine if it bothers other people. It doesn't matter. But
yeah, exactly. Real men dig cut corners. Exactly, Tom. Only way it can be better is if the corners weren't cut, right?
Yeah.
Format. All right, let us keep this going. And exactly, Antoine, the flaws are part of the story of comics. Exactly. It's all part of how comics were created. So Exactly. Part of the history. Part of the history. Matt's gonna get mad at you now. He's not. He loves me, man. Don't worry. He's gonna be on the show next week too. He's part of the next week's show. And we like trim. Yes. Yes. Are you saying you like the Manscaped, Hart? I think that's what I feel like you're saying. But let us go on to the next one.
I don't know, but Mazzucchelli in general is just flipping through the year one artist edition. Like, I think I flipped through that thing like 10 times, like that first week that I got it. Like, it's so good, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love his art.
It's wonderful. Matt's scary. What do you mean he's scary?
I would love to find like an unpublished, maybe like, you know, older convention sketch or something, or convention or illustration piece or whatever. Yeah. So I could get a Mazzucchelli Batman thing, you know, but I you know, it's not like I'm constantly searching every day for it or anything. I feel content. I feel content because I have a Daredevil page.
Yeah, the only thing I can suggest is possible is those, I won't call them, they're illustrations. He did them of his own accord, so he can offer some to fans who had been asking at the time, oh, your pages. What about your pages? And so through Spencer, he drew up a bunch of illustrations of like Batman, Daredevil, you know, Catwoman, whoever. This was around 2007. So you could get one of those, and, you know, there are some Batmans. The thing is, and it's up to you, it's up to whoever is interested in owning a Mazzucchelli, but by 2007, he no longer drew like he was drawing in year one, you know, in you know, all that stuff that we all find classic of his, you know, Daredevil. It was more like animation type style drawings. So it's not the Mazzucchelli that we all know. So therefore, it's like, if you buy it, I mean, they're still nice if you like that style, but it's not the style you love him for. So you know, it's kind of like if you end up not loving the style, you'd be buying it kind of just to say, oh, well, I finally got my Batman by Mazzucchelli kind of thing. You know what I mean? And yeah, if you're cool with that, fine.
I mean, like, to be honest with you, like, just having a Mazzucchelli is just, I'm happy. You know what I mean? I don't need, you know, I don't need everything. You know?
Yeah.
I'm really happy.
Do you prefer commissions or published?
I prefer, these days I'm more focused on and by these days I mean like the last several years to now, I've been more focused on published art. I don't dislike unpublished art. Like I've been doing less commissioning now than I did in like 2018 to 2022. Right. So we're talking about like, that would be like the first half of my collecting. 22 to now would be like my current phase of collecting. Right. And I'm not doing as many commissions. I don't buy as many you know, just like pre-done illustrations. Although I prefer that to getting new commissions, because I at least know what I'm getting right away. When I'm like, I look at something, I like it, I may buy it, but I'm more focused on published stuff.
Right. I just want to say a quick welcome to those of you tuning in over the last few minutes. Thank you very much. We are like at a high for the evening, so that's very nice. And I hope you're enjoying the art that we're showing and talking about.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we move on to the next piece, and this.
It's not Ruben's fault that I've gone away from unpublished. It's just the way.
They're see, that's what I'm saying. They're never on my side. That's what I'm saying. They're always trying to fuck with me. That's it. They just love to do it. So this next piece, you guys might be able to guess, comes from a series that I finally tried for the first time in my life. Starting back in like June, July, August, or whatever, and I had a lot of difficulty with the story. Love the art.
Okay, I know what it is. It's Paper Girls.
No, you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
Why don't I show it?
Okay.
And you can tell us about it. Love the art. I want to talk about the story. Okay, let's do this.
Oh, okay. Kamandi.
Yeah, remember I talked about this a lot.
Yeah, I remember you talked about it. I mean, this is more of it. You remember at the beginning, I was like, I collect 3 different ways. I collect for, you know, stories and runs that I really enjoy. I collect for certain things that I feel are part of comic book history, and then I collect because of the image, right? And I love this image. I love this image. It reminds me of Jack himself with the cigar.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's Jack
with the cigar, Jack being a veteran himself. You know what I mean? Like the whole, I see it as like a nod to himself, or like a, not a literal self-portrait, but like a wink, like a winky wink self-portrait. And it's a Kirby splash. It's a Kirby Bronze Age splash. It's just, I love it, man.
You're very kind, John. Thank you so much.
I have a Planet of the Apes page from the the 70s run that's not on my calf yet. I also like all those fictional universes with giant animals and characters and stuff like that, including Kamandi. I'm not like I'm with you. Like, is that the Kirby Bronze Age run that I would like call like the best story? No, for me it's the Mr. Miracle especially on the DC side. And I would love a Mr. Miracle example, but I can't get endless amounts of Kirby examples. It's too much money,
Yeah, for sure.
This one just spoke to me because of the way that it just reminds me of Jack. It's not like I knew him, but I grew up with the pictures of him, and so
exactly. Yeah,
I love this.
Yeah, it's great. Heart. It's not about. I don't have no problem with you enjoying it. If you enjoy the story, so be it. But like I said, I was very specific. I'm always very specific about these things. And remember, I said most people who said it was like, oh, it was this great book from Kirby at DC in the early 70s. My point was to say, I believe that most people who say that say it because they read it when they were very much younger. And we all love the comics we read when we were younger in different ways than.
Yeah, what's the phrase? Rose-colored glasses or something.
You're looking at it with your rose-colored glasses from childhood in most cases. I think so. Because
clearly I'm too young for that, having been my childhood, right? So I knew nothing of Kamandi as a child. I probably knew nothing of Kamandi as a teenager. More so a discovery later on, adulthood and since. And I have not read every issue. Like, I'm not a Kamandi expert, but I love Kirby art.
Right.
And that was, to me, that's just like a really great image, right? And I connected with it. I connected with it, and it literally, like, by looking at it, I just am reminded of Kirby, right? In multiple ways because of all of what I just said.
Yeah, for sure. Antoine has it right. We have a romanticized view of our childhood treasures. Absolutely.
Yep.
And it's crazy 70s stuff. I reread the omnibus last year. Weird, yes, but still fun. Again, I'm not saying you can't have fun with it. You can have fun. I'm just saying, remember, I spent most of my time in this hobby, and I don't mean art. I mean, since, I got into comics, hearing how great Kamandi is. Kamandi. Okay, so it's like the Blade Runner thing for me. It's like I've spent my whole life hearing how impossibly amazing that thing is, right? And then finally I go and I try it, and I'm just like, what are you talking? It's like it's the Animal of the Week comic, like whatever. He's gonna fight a new animal, a new talking animals, but it's not brilliant writing, believe me. So again, doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. I'm just saying it's not anywhere near as good as people remember it being. That's all. Sure. Yeah. Peter says, I enjoyed his run on the Losers. I love the art. I never read the Losers. But I love the art on the Losers, sure. Still sad that Ruben thinks my What If book is trash. What do you mean your What If? Which What If book? Remind me. I don't know. What are you talking about?
Do you mean What If, like, in general, or?
Yeah, tell us what you mean by that, Antoine, and then I'll get to your answer after we get to the next piece. So the next piece in the show and tell is a far cry from Jack Kirby. We move up more to the contemporary era. And we recently showed a piece by this artist when I did the show and tell with Mikhail. So I wanted to do it again. Here we go. Check it out.
Oh, yeah. Man, I freaking love this one.
Yeah.
God, Anand is just, he's so good. Like,
yeah, he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
And I would love to see him do more. I would like to see him jump into the mainstream just to see what his style would look like on more mainstream characters. I'm just curious, you know?
Yeah, like, so, you know, the two projects of his that I'm most familiar with are the ones he's done with Ram V as the writer, right? So that's this is a Grafity or graffiti. Like, I've heard it pronounced both ways.
Exactly.
Graffiti's Wall is this one, and it's a story that takes place in an Indian city setting, Mumbai, Bombay. If you're older and call it by that name, and you know, the main character is a graffiti artist. He's got his pal of friends. They get up to some hijinks. Some really serious things happen. Some life lessons are learned, and it's just kind of a beautiful, touching story at the end of the day, in a standalone graphic novel that Dark Horse put out that I really enjoyed reading. And the other project is Blue and Green, which Image Comics put out. So that was another Ram V and Anand Radhakrishnan team up together, which is beautiful and a completely different art style. You know what I mean? Like, Anand has like 12 different art styles that he can like call upon. He's like, I don't know. I think he's one of the more, I get, like, you know, he's artists out there, if that makes any sense, you know, like,
yeah, for sure.
God, yeah, I just love this. And this is, I think, could be considered like the key image of this whole graphic novel. Like, it's, you know, like the cover doesn't have a ton of like graffiti or like, you know, imagery of the actual story itself. It's not really like one of those kind of splashy covers. So this is like that first page that like knocks you on your ass at the beginning of the book.
Yeah, and like Rick said, I love the big bird on acid there on the wall. Love that.
Yeah.
That's really, really cool. Yeah, I think he was one of the Indian artists for there was a while, a couple of years back, where I was online. I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I will make another effort to try to expand the representation game.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
And I reached out. I thought, oh, I'm going to do something different. Let me see if I can get a few of these Indian artists who seem to be coming out and producing this nice stuff, whatever. So I think he was one of them, but a lot. I don't know what it is, but a lot of the Indian artists they didn't even reply to me. So I don't know if it's some kind of
maybe
thing
they had. I don't know. Maybe they had, you know, people that they were committed to already. I mean, I'm not sure what Anand's like current rep situation is, but he was Cam at Inky Knuckles was repping him for.
Oh, really?
Period. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So another Canadian rep at one point.
Yeah. All right. And by the way, Antoine. So Antoine said, "What if number 3?" And what was your initial comment was, "Still sad that Ruben thinks my What If book is trash." What, I don't remember what you're making reference to, because I love that book. You must know. So you must be joking, because that's that awesome Gil Kane issue with the Klaus Janson inks. Oh, I think it's because I think I told you guys at one point as I was here. I have it right here, actually. I mean, look at this thing. Right, that classic splash page. But yeah, I think I told you guys once I was getting into my What If trade, and the stories are just absolutely awful. Yeah, so maybe that's what you're making a reference to, and I'll stand by that. Yeah, I still never got past whatever issue I'm in, like this number 6 or 7. I never got back to it. It's still lying here since then. It's just it's like pulling teeth to read those stories. So hopefully they get better later on, but right now I'm just not in the mood to keep trying them. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. And let me see. Inky Knuckles are associated with Sticky Finger. What? Makeup with Antoine. Antoine and me are pals. What are you talking about?
He said.
Yes, I thought you said the story was doo-doo. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, I don't really remember any of it anymore. You know, in large part because it just wasn't memorable. But yeah, all of them. Like I said, it wasn't just that. I think I got as far as issue number 6. Those first 6 issues of just like, it's, yeah, not fun reads. But love the art. Okay, let me cue up the next one, everybody. We go from Kirby to then Anand in India, and then go back to the 90s. I believe it's the 90s. Let's check it out and find out.
90s?
Here we go.
I am a 90s kid, so there we go. Oh, yeah.
There you go, 93. Yeah, there you go.
So speaking of stuff that's not on my calf yet, this is, but like, I have the whole story, so I've been kind of slowly uploading pages when I get a chance to scan the next page, and and I haven't already posted something else. Like it's it's Han Nguyen. He's a Vietnamese artist that he worked for Marvel during this time period, 90s. I think he did a couple other projects. But then he kind of got out of the comics industry, went into video game art design and just generally speaking, the video game industry. And he ended up, I think he's still in the video game industry, if I'm not mistaken, working for Bandai Namco Games. But yeah, he's done a lot of projects in the video game world since then. But yeah, he did a few fill-in issues on certain big titles for Marvel, and this is one of them, Punisher 81. Amazing page 1 title splash, like that huge, over-exaggerated 90s Frank Castle Punisher, massive logo, massive gun. Everything on the page from the fine print to the the copy at the top. It's a great splash page. It's a fun issue front to back, which is what it appealed to me to get the whole story, right? To get the whole issue.
Yeah.
The only kind of like the OCD part of being a collector who jumped off the deep end or whatever you want to call it is that I don't have the cover. I have all 23 pages but I don't have the 24th, right? The cover. The cover to Punisher 81. So I went out and I got a few commissions made. I think I did a black and white one. I think I did a color one, just to kind of fill in that gap, right, in the portfolio until maybe someday down the line I'll find the cover, right, or I'll wind up with it. We'll see, but you never know. But
yeah. Why are we talking about Mandeep Djibouti? I don't. Is that?
No, I should look that guy up, I guess.
But Antoine, is that even a comic book artist, or are you going outside the comic book sphere now into, fine art? Or I haven't heard of him.
I want to get the cover, Stanley, but it's not that simple.
It's not. Yeah. Oh, another new person. Do you know Pat Scott?
Pat Scott, is that Pat S from CAF or Pat? Or no, maybe I'm thinking of Pat L from CAF. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Pat, let us know. Is this your first time here? And whether it is or not, tell me how you found me or found the show.
So the cover was sold on Heritage years ago.
Was it?
In pre what the current market of today looks like. As far as prices. Right. And I made an offer a few times through the website, but I highly doubt that whoever bought it back then still has it. You know what I mean?
So was it when the cover was sold? Was it while you were in the hobby?
No, it was well before I was in the hobby. It was well before I was in the hobby. I tried doing the contact person through Heritage, making offers and all that jazz, but I'm fairly certain that it's not, that the same person who won it back then doesn't have it. That's just a guess, but it's kind of a safe guess. Because it's been, I think, 12, 13, 14 years or something, probably. That's what I kind of remember from that experience. And then I kind of just was like, okay, I'll just let it go. Yeah.
For sure. I get it. Yes, welcome and welcome back. Actually, sorry, I forgot. It looked kind of familiar, the name, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, welcome back, my friend. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating, Peter, but
frustrating. Yeah. But I'm curious, Kavi, what's your feeling about the idea now? Knowing with what stuff sells for today, is it a situation where if it hit the market, is it a situation where, oh, I definitely get it if it was within this price range?
Yeah, like I would definitely get it. If I could find who owns it and they're willing to talk. Like, I don't know if it's in a personal collection or if it's in a dealer's inventory that they're just waiting to, pop out there for a price one day. I don't know, right? But let's just say that happens and it becomes available. Then I don't know after that if I could afford to get it.
Right.
Or not, because obviously it's going to be more.
Let me be a little bit more specific. Is it something that's desirable enough to you, to where you would be willing to make an exception and stretch for it to a certain point over and above what you would typically think you have to spend for it? In other words, would you overpay to some degree for this? Would you be willing, do you think, if it was the only way to get it?
Hypothetically, but
yeah,
until I know what those actual
because you don't know what area we're talking about in terms of
like who knows,
how many thousands, right?
Yeah, like is it something that, let's say it does become available and the range of it is sort of like a little bit outside of what I feel comfortable or whatever, then maybe I would be willing to sacrifice some other piece.
Right,
like
sure.
Sell it, sell or trade or whatever to complete that project, if you will.
Yeah, that plays into the hypothetical a lot as well, because you may not be willing to pay the money, but then if you're like, well, but if I have this cash here, okay, like let's say it's this much money, that's a lot. I can't spend that much cash. But sometimes people are willing to, like, okay, well, I have, let's say, 60% of that amount, and if I sell this piece, it gets me the other 40%. Then I'm willing to spend it, because it feels like, well, I'm spending cash, but I'm also kind of just giving away this cover and trade kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm slowly posting the pages from the story to my gallery. So every time I post one of those pages, it's an opportunity for the calf community to be aware that I'm looking for it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But ultimately, I'm not hiding anything. The fact that I'm looking for it, I am. So whether I find it or I don't find it, it's kind of like whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, for sure.
I enjoy having the story, and especially that title page, because that's a really cool page one Frank Castle 90s Punisher title page example, and you don't find those everywhere. For even the splashes, so I'm happy with it.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering correctly, isn't the cover very, very similar to the splash page?
It's pretty similar.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's instead of him being off like the side of the building with the gun, he's like got his back to the wall.
Oh, right.
And there's a car coming, right? Like you see like lights from the car approaching or whatever.
Yes.
So instead of that like wide shot of the building across the street, you kind of get like a dark alleyway with a car approaching while he's up against the wall with the gun.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, welcome to those of you who have just popped in and made a nice new high for the evening again. So very, very nice of you. Thank you for dropping by. Carl wants to know, do you mention looking for the cover each time you post a page to Cap?
I don't remember how many pages. I think I've only posted like 3 or 4 pages so far, maybe 5. And maybe I mentioned it the first couple times, and maybe after that I didn't mention it. I probably should, but
not that it's any guarantee that somebody's going to suddenly say,
really? Exactly.
Okay, here, let me offer you,
exactly.
Like, you want it, right?
I figure it's in a not on the internet type of collector's collection out there,
right,
or it's in a dealer's inventory or something. You know, those are the two assumptions that I have to make. You know, I don't know.
Jesus Christ, Stanley.
If it shows up in somebody's gallery on CAF, then I actually have an action I can follow up on. I can contact the person respectfully and say, hey, like down the line, if you ever want to sell it, keep me in mind. I own the rest of the story, so I'm not coming at it from a, you know, numbers standpoint. It's just from, you know, I'm a collector. I have the story. I'd love to finish the project. I've even gone out and gotten commissions of alternate covers. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. So
yeah, totally get it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, Carl. I probably should mention it every time I post a page from it.
Yeah, the Punisher wants it to be in Kavi's collections, says Peter. Is that right? You've spoken to him, have you? Okay.
Oh, he'd be out there busting heads on my behalf to get it for me then, right?
All right. So, yeah, let us move forward about 20, I guess, some odd years or 15, 20 years into the future from that Punisher page and the more contemporary era. We'll stick with Marvel to a very, very, very popular mainstream artist these days. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. This is a banger, man.
Yeah, man. Love it.
Oh, man. Did you bring up the overlay by chance of the
I did. No, I did not. I just figured,
just for further context, that image of Miles and Peter in the bottom right corner of the published cover is done on original art on a separate overlay board, right? So it's with pencils and inks both by Ryan Stegman. So it's just really cool to have Stegman pieces where he's inking over himself, like, because he does a lot of that sort of pieces on two different boards, you know, where he only does the pencils and an inking partner does, you know, the inks on separate boards. But in this case, and in a couple other cases of Stegman pieces that I've picked up over the years, he's inking himself, which I like, right? But so this one is definitely very image focused. I just love that really just ominous, huge, sinister image of this version of Carnage, which I guess you could consider a first appearance, like, you know, first appearance of the absolute Carnage version of Carnage. But this is a storyline that I really, really enjoyed reading. Like, was it 2018 when Donny Cates, I think, started with the Venom run? I think 2018. I was a Wednesday Warrior comic book reader at that time. You know what I mean? Right. So really enjoying the hell out of the Donny Cates, Ryan Stegman Venom run. That led into this Free Comic Book Day issue, which obviously had a huge print run given away for free, right? This cover has a lot of exposure from just being given out for free from comic shops. But it's the beginning of the Absolute Carnage miniseries, you know, which was a 4-issue series that came out after, like, in between Venom and King in Black, right? So this is like the bridge series in the middle of their kind of like their symbiote opus that Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman did together. Yeah, I agree, Carl. The original is just so much better. The planet is a paste up. I don't know exactly how he did it. Like, I think it's done pretty well, right? But it's also obviously highly altered in the color comic. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the coloring per se on the comic. I don't think you are either, probably. But yeah, this is one of my favorite modern covers, I would say, in my collection. And Stegman in general, I think, is one of my favorite modern guys. Yeah, I did get it from Felix Stanley.
Yeah, but Kavi, the Earth, is that I don't know, whatever planet that is supposed to be.
It's Earth, I believe.
It's Earth. Okay. Is it not done as a just like a paste down of like some sort of photocopy?
That's my assumption. But like from a literal, like, this is what I did step 1, this is what I did step 2. I don't know, you know.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering if, like, because it looks like it's got like this you know, whatever pattern, a special pixelation type pattern over it. And I just wonder where that, and it, which you don't really see in the colored version. I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering if that shows in person, you see that pixelation pattern?
I see it. I know what you're talking about, but I've never had a conversation with either Felix or Ryan specifically about the stat portion. But for me, it's more about the Carnage image, right? Like I think the stat portion obviously adds context to the scene, but for me, it's really all about that Carnage image in space, and then also the overlay, because you have both Spider-Man on it. I know you didn't pull up the overlay for the slide or whatever, but it is two major Spideys on the cover and a huge image of Carnage on a comic that has a massive print run. Those free comic book days, especially the Spider-Man stuff, they're everywhere during that time period at comic shops. So everything about it appealed to me, from the fact that it's a free comic book day issue, to the characters, to the artist, to the art, to the storyline, to it being the first appearance of Absolute Carnage. So this was like a trifecta of all those factors that I consider when buying a piece, and why I like it. It literally checks all those boxes.
Oh, excellent. Lee and Antoine, and now Marcus, jumping on the bandwagon, are letting us know, dropping some knowledge, that it is a moire pattern. Okay. That's what it's called. And interesting. I've never heard that term. So, yeah. Some owners understand and help fellow collectors trying to complete it. Okay, you're talking with Antoine. All right. Pizza. I'm not sure what the pizza's about.
Pizza.
I can see that. Okay, watching. Okay, excellent. But yeah, beautiful. No offense meant or intended at all, Kavi. The only reason I didn't bother to show an extra slide, because I was just like, well, it's just this tiny little extra bit of art. I think most people assume it's on another board. And I think, it is. I figured it'd be easy enough for you just to say that.
Like if you're curious to see what the Peter and Miles image looks like, I added it in the additional. It's in the additional images of the post I did with the cover. So, and look, my calf is in the description below, so feel free to check. I love commenting on other people's art on calf. I love getting comments. I love the back and forth on there and stuff. So bring it on. I really appreciate anybody who follows my gallery. I think I'm almost up to like 100 followers on calf, which is like took me like 6 years of posting to get up to that many followers. But I think it's also that I'm commenting a lot on other people's artwork a lot.
Yeah, that absolutely helps. We've talked about that, right? That helps. Like you want to meet new people and sort of be more social in the hobby. That's one of the many ways you can go about it. You start commenting.
I really enjoy it. So
people, a lot of us
free to hit me up over there, leave comments or whatever. And if I'm not already checking out your gallery, I will. So
because a lot of us do it as reciprocation, right? So it makes it a lot of fun. All right, so let me cue up the next piece, everybody. Hey, Scotty.
What up,
That's
Scott?
Amore is a Dean Martin song. Is it really? I feel like you're lying. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Amore. That's Amore.
That was the pizza meme, I guess.
That's the pizza meme. Okay. I just did an art dump on Cap just to annoy Ruben. I know you did. Yep, and you definitely fucking annoyed me. I can tell you that.
I'm looking forward to checking it out. Like I do these bursts of catching up on calf posts and everybody I follow. So it'll take extra time with Alberto's drop now and check it out. But I'm looking forward to it.
Antoine, everybody has said the same thing for many, many years. Unfortunately, for the time being,
they launched the app. I downloaded it, and I only had like 20 minutes to check it out the other day, but I need to circle back to it and start commenting from the app and engaging using the app like I would use the site. Like I have this whole process when I use the site. I have my habits, the way I use the site. You know what I mean? And it's tough to give those up. I feel a little bit uncomfortable commenting from the app because I'm so used to commenting a certain way.
Yeah, exactly. And Antoine, yes, art dump means, when you post more than one piece at the same time. And so those of us who, reciprocate and leave comments for our friends and stuff, like, who have a lot of people. Like last night, I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I noticed last night, oh shit, I never left my comments yesterday. Damn it. And there was like, I don't know, 27 different people to leave for. So
yeah, like if you miss a day or two or three or whatever, it's like you need like 2 hours to catch up.
Oh, are you kidding? Yeah. I was right away. I was like, oh God, I'm going to be here for another hour and a half now. Oh my God. Right. And then, yeah. And so when you start going and you start doing it and you're leaving the comments, and then you see one of your friends has done an art dump, then you're really, I'm like, that's when I get pissed. I'm like, okay, you motherfucker.
This goes to that whole etiquette show that we were originally planning a while ago. And I was been dealing with my injury all year, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. The whole etiquette show. Exactly. We talked about that. Exactly. And he knows better, but he doesn't care. CAF needs to release an app or something. Now there's an idea. Yeah, check out the app. How do you find out if you have any followers on CAF? I don't know. Do you remember?
It's somewhere. It's in the it's if you go to the homepage and you go to your account and collection and you click on your premium dashboard, you can see a number there of your followers, and then you can click see details, and then from there you can literally see who's following you if their permissions allow you to see who's who you're following and vice versa. On the app, it may be different. I have not used the app for as much as I've used the website for years. So on the app, it might be like more obvious where those numbers are. I'm not sure. I still need to like take some time to dig in and figure out where everything is on it.
TJ, you did the infinity dump? Okay. I gotta check it out. But it's a dump, so you ain't getting a comment on everything. I agree. I'll like everything though, at least. I agree. It's going to take me some time to get used to it, but I like what I've seen so far. Okay, that's promising, anyways. Oh, Peter likes it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Like all I was able to do so far was like kind of scroll through my feed a little bit, but I enjoyed the scrolling experience on it so far. But that's kind of all I've done on it so far.
Hi, Jer. What's up, man? Yeah, like I told everybody else when you weren't here earlier at the top of the show, talk to all the other guys. You just wait for me there, all right? No matter what. Don't go back home. I'm not sure when I can arrive, but just don't go back home. Wait for me, all right? Just stay there at OAX and keep waiting for me. I'm coming with Marcus, all right? No matter how long it takes, just wait for us. We'll be there. I only have 68 followers. That makes me a sad panda.
Probably because of all the art dumps, Alberto.
Yeah, probably exactly. You see, Alberto? Exactly. There you go. I'm not saying anything, but it could have something to do with
I'm one of those followers, and I love commenting on Alberto's art. So.
Oh my gosh! All right, let's keep it rolling, bros. And we are. What do we got here? Oh yeah. So the next one, yes, we stay in the contemporary era. With a favorite book of yours, Kavi. Check it out.
Okay, let's see. Oh, this one.
Yeah. Oh, and check it out. For you, I cheated and I picked 2 pages. I figured why not?
You're cheating a little bit. Well,
yeah, check it out.
I mean, okay, so I mean, the first page has more main characters and stuff like that. So I think it's more of a core to the series driven page. I think it's also probably one of the more viewed pages in my gallery because I've had it up there, I think, for like almost 7 years. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Brian K. Vaughan's comics, period. Like, I think he's in my like top 5 writers, if not, higher, especially modern writers. So pretty much everything he's written, I've enjoyed reading. So, especially Why the Last Man, Saga, and Paper Girls. Unfortunately, Saga, there's no artwork, right? If there was,
that's right.
If there was, I'd probably be buying it because I probably prefer the art in that, right? But it's not.
Yeah.
It's not done. It's not done in any sort of traditional way. It's all digital.
Sadly, yeah.
And the why the last man stuff. It's like if you're looking for like important story moments, or I guess what you would consider more key pages, they're a little bit too pricey for me personally.
Yeah.
For what you're getting on the page, I may pick up some Y art from like maybe, you know, not earlier issues in the run, right? Like maybe some issues in the middle of the run or something down the line, but I haven't really focused on it as much because the prices kind of got a little crazy. So when it comes to my Brian K. Vaughan written stuff that I've focused on collecting, it's mainly been Paper Girls. I really do like Cliff's art. It isn't 100% traditional. He does digital pencils and then he inks over his, I guess, gray line or blue line or whatever you want to call it. But it's all him. It's all him from beginning to end with his digital layouts, and then him doing the final image, inking himself. Right? There's no word bubbles on the page, but that's pretty much standard, right? Since what, 2010 onwards. Yeah. So yeah, I really like BKV comics, and that's kind of the reason why I collect the Paper Girls series. I particularly like that book. I don't think Hollywood has done BKV many favors in the adaptations necessarily. I think probably out of the ones that he's had made of his books, this one was done the best, but even this one didn't get to finish its live action run, which is a bummer. But I thought it was better than Why the Last Man's live action, adaptation, which I couldn't stand. I really didn't like his Runaways adaptation that much either, which is, you know, one of his Marvel books from a live action TV standpoint either. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm curious to see if BKV comes out with new IP at any point, or is he kind of just living off Saga money, you know?
Right.
So yeah, Paper Girls is sort of like my BKV fandom in collecting form.
Yeah, it's fun. And I also like if a Saga had been traditional, I would have liked to have gotten a representative page too.
I would love to have, I would even love to have maybe an unpublished illustration by Fiona Staples of like by some of the main characters, but she doesn't do that much out there.
Right. But on a rare occasion, she has done kind of illustrations.
She does. She has. I've seen them pop up. Like But I've never been in a in-person opportunity that she was actually at where I could have accomplished that. So it's always been these random illustrations that kind of pop up every once in a while or whatever that I've seen out there, but obviously nothing published.
Yeah. All right. Let us move on to the next piece, everyone. While Tom says that Saga I loved reading, but got to be a pain towards the end. And well, it hasn't ended yet. It's just he keeps
hasn't ended yet, but it's had all these breaks, like these kind of long breaks and like weird publishing schedules.
Which I have to admit, for me, it really makes it difficult.
You lose momentum with it.
Yes, like, the momentum dies, and it makes me not care as much, which is not good because it puts me in danger of when the next trade does come out, I may just say, fuck it. I don't remember anything of what
that's how I read it. Like every time the latest trade paperback comes out, I buy the trade paperback. I consume it like within an hour. Like it takes me an hour to read like 6 Saga issues or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's like, okay, wait, let's 12 months, 16 months from now, maybe I'll get the next trade paperback. Maybe we'll see. You know.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad because
it loses momentum all the way.
Big time momentum, and like I say, even when I love it, which I do, or at least really like it, every time I read it, I enjoy it. But then I'm like, when I realize, okay, it'll be like 6 months before the next one, and then I go online and I see some article saying, oh, BKV just said we're gonna take another little break for a while, everybody, as we do other things. I'm like, oh, are you kidding me?
I think you already took like a 2-year break before you came back, and now you're taking like another whatever.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh my God, I'm scared that it's gonna force me to just say, you know.
I mean, at least he's not as old as like George R.R. Martin, Game of Thrones and Song of Ice and Fire fans like are afraid that he'll never finish those books, and that's probably going to be the case. But at least with BKV, like presumably he's going to be around long enough to finish that book, but we'll see.
I know, but like I said, to me, that's not the issue. You could live forever and eventually finish it. But right now, you're making me lose interest.
Yeah, same.
You know? Yeah.
So, I don't disagree. Like, it's tough to have to always seek out information to know that it's actually coming out again. You know?
Right. Exactly. And then for me, because of the way my memory works, every time another one comes out, I'm like, okay, let me look up the other issues from the previous trade so I can remind myself what was happening again, what's happening. You know, I got to remind myself because so much time passes, right? So it's just like, So come on, BKV, man, get with it. Like Robert Jordan says, Hyger. Who's Robert Jordan?
He's another fantasy writer.
So, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kavi said the GRRM word.
George R.R. Martin. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who's lying? Oh, lying.
Lying cat.
Lying cat. Yeah. That's funny. All right, let's keep it rolling. And this next piece by an artist I usually go out of my way to avoid posting. And I told you guys this before, but I have also said I've made exceptions. Tonight is another one of those exceptions. I really wanted to show it, so we're going to show it.
Exception. Here it is. Okay.
Check it out.
Oh, well, this is one piece, right? This is one piece.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I typically, when people have Perkins...
Oh, you're making the exception of not showing Perkins.
Yeah. When people have Grummet and Perkins, I try to avoid using those guys. Yeah. So
I mean, this is badass, dude.
Yeah. Like that's why I had to. I was like, oh, I love this so much. And I mean, you got the entire book, and it's like literally in terms of great imagery of characters, especially Swamp Thing, you've got hands down the best issue.
Go back to the original art for a second, because it's just God, so much detail. Like it's like this is a scan at only a certain resolution, and you had to squeeze it into a slide, which is at an even lower resolution, which is then squeezed into an even lower resolution for a YouTube broadcast. But like looking at it in person is just mind-blowingly awesome, you know? The whole issue, honestly, like all of his art on Swamp Thing is some of my favorite stuff that's come out in the last 10 years, you know, period. Like certainly DC, it's like at the top of my list. This is another book written by Ram V. You know, I'm a big fan of his writing and all the artists he chooses to partner with on his books. There's no issue with Perkins. It's just Ruben reps him. So I guess he just, you know, consciously tries not to pick. But this one's freaking amazing. I can't remember how many pages I've shared, but yeah, to own a complete issue from this run is probably up there as far as like my own collection and what I have as far as especially modern stuff and DC stuff. I would love to own a page from the Alan Moore Swamp Thing run, you know, as far as other Swamp Thing like stuff that I'm a fan of. But it has to be the right one, the right example. And I, you know, obviously that stuff gets pretty pricey these days, right?
Of course.
So yeah, I'd love that on the vintage side. I don't have that. Maybe I'll look out for one at OAX that I can afford or something. We'll see. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. You never know what you're going to run into. Yeah. And
But this whole run and especially this sort of 3-issue sequence where they had this kind of crossover with certain Suicide Squad members, like Peacemaker, Nightmare Nurse, Chemo, Amanda Waller and stuff. It added, I think, a lot of like extra fun to that portion of the run, of which I am already like a huge fan of that run. in general, like those first 10 issues and then getting those extra 6 issues unexpectedly to wrap it up. I love that run. It's a great run.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I really loved it. And let me pop back in here. So Sig Slayer Station. Just to add a little bit to what Jason replied to. So because I'm his representative, I just chose, essentially, when I started doing these shows, particularly show and tell, I just feel like I want, as much as possible, as often as possible, I'd rather avoid picking a piece of his art. Just so anybody watching, I mean, I know most of you guys are like regulars, so I know you guys would understand, but like most of the views come on like Rewind, right? There's hundreds more come in on Rewind. I just I don't know who those people are. So it's just basically to not have people like, say things like, or think things like, well, he's his rep. Like, of course he would pick his page, right? Like, he's just trying to promote his artist or whatever. People are cynical sometimes, right? So,
but I'm the one that actually spent money. So no. In that equation, and I did with good reason, because it's incredible. So
no, for sure, I get it. But I'm just I'm just letting him know the reason why I try to usually avoid, And as far as Tom Grummett, for the same reason. I don't represent Tom, but I am a big collector of his work. So I just don't want people thinking, of course he loves Grummett, so he's gonna pick Grummett, whatever. So that's all. It's just a conscious decision to. Yeah.
Yes, Antoine Rubin reps Perkins. That is correct.
And
no, Stanley, he did not give me an insider deal. I paid up.
Insider deal, Stanley. I just to be clear, I don't get any friend or art rep discount. I pay the same prices when I put them, like you see on the website. I pay the same prices. So I don't get any discount. I pay what everybody pays. And I'm sure Mike, if I was that kind of person who I would say, hey Mike, you think I could get this for this much instead? He would do it. But that's the thing, is I don't want to be that guy, because would I rather pay less? Of course I'd rather pay less. But I'm a collector and an art rep, but you can't mix both worlds. I got to treat it professionally, right? And I can't expect everybody else to pay the prices that are listed if I always buy his art at a discounted price, because then it's, you know what I mean? Then that means, I don't believe his art is worth it. So no, I pay the same price everybody else pays. So there you go. I thought Perkins reps Rubin. Nice.
Yeah, probably more that way around.
If I raked him over the coals. I didn't rake anybody over the coals. I paid full price Rubin's ice cream and root beer. Exactly. You can't get the deals on that. And by the way, Marcus, one thing I didn't mention, I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know if you looked at it on like Google Maps or something, but tell me if you did, honestly, because the root beer and ice cream actually was delivered from the very location. Because it's a chain. I go to it's a supermarket chain, but it came from the very location that I do my weekly grocery shopping at. So I don't know if you looked that up or whatever, but I thought that, if that's coincidence, that's pretty cool. But anyways, good Lord, next.
I agree.
Piper. Yeah. All right.
We love Perkins, but we can move on.
There we go. So the next piece, we go back in time a little bit.
Matt Kennedy is in the chat.
Oh, Matty boy has come in. Now try ice cream and Pinot Noir. Oh my God. I think I'll skip that one, actually. I'm not really a wine guy anyways. Other places were sold out. Really? That's interesting. Actually, Ruben got milk and root beer. Okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, let's go back a couple of decades here.
Which piece number is this, by the way?
And oh yeah, I'm gonna scare you. Let me just keep going, and then I'll tell you later. I'll tell you after I do a few.
I'm cool. I'm good. I got energy. I'm all right.
Yeah, but I don't want to scare other people either. I want to scare the viewers.
All right.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Let me do a few, and then I'll tell you. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So the next piece is I got two slides again. All right, a couple of decades back. Check it out. A lot of fun, this one.
Oh man, love this one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this tickles my 90s nostalgia a bit. In an obscure miniseries, yet also kind of cool miniseries kind of way. Spider-Man X Factor #1, and this is the page 2 and 3 DPS with some of the coolest images of Spidey in a DPS that I could get from the 90s. I'm sure there's plenty of great 90s Spider-Man art from I guess the bigger names, right? But I've never been a player for the McFarlanes, or even to some degree the 90s Bagley stuff. Usually kind of gets a little outside of my price range sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's expensive too, for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I love this DPS. I'm so glad that I decided to get a good fresh scan of it and upload it to CAF, even though I got it years ago, like 7-8 years ago, possibly. I never had a good scan of it. I don't remember when I posted. I think it was this year that I posted it, because I got a fresh scan. And I mean, look at even that first panel, which is less focused on Spidey, is really, really awesome. Like, look at all those people running away, right?
Yeah.
At the bottom. Yeah, I really like that. I like that portion of the image a lot.
Yeah.
And then you get 4 killer panels of Spidey, especially that final panel. So yeah, OAX artist alert, as I heard recently that he's going to be at OAX. I know that there's some drama around his commissions and stuff in the community, which I've heard stuff about on and off, but I can't believe
I'm going to miss Pat Broderick at OAX. God, if only I could attend OAX.
I've never dabbled in a Pat Broderick commission, but yeah, this is my one and only Pat Broderick and Bruce Patterson published artwork, and I love it.
Yeah, very, very cool. Less shadow games to play with.
Yeah, exactly. Less shadow games to play with published art, because it's just there.
Oh, very well rendered. And Antoine says, "What drama, Kavi?" He doesn't know. That's what he's saying, Antoine. He doesn't really know. He doesn't know the details. That's the problem. Stanley loves the drama. We know you do, but there is,
no drama with me. Just yeah.
No drama llama. All right, let's just keep it rolling. And Mike, Mr. Not So Nice. This one's for you, my friend. Well, it's actually not for you, but I thought about you when I made the slide, of course, when I picked it, and but I picked it because I love it too, and I know Kavi loves it too. So check this out.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, classic late 80s Faust art by Vigil, from when he just kind of exploded on the scene after Grips, right? I think he exploded on the scene with Grips in 80.
Yeah, that was his first project, and this was like his breakthrough, I guess.
Yeah,
you could call it.
Yeah.
I do like horror as like a subgenre, and I would love to get some sort of significant pre-code horror, golden age horror art, but that stuff's like absolutely ridiculous, right? Money wise and rarity wise, but this is also kind of pretty rare. Like, this is one of those fringe titles, that it's boundary pushing, obviously, from its content, but the covers had to be, I guess, tame enough to be, you don't have to open them up yet to see the content that would be not okay for YouTube, right? Let's just say. And this is one of those, I love the blood, the hands, almost like, this is not even the traditional costume for the character. So this is kind of like a one-off costume, but you have the Jade DeCamp image, which is beautiful. of the girl, the main girl in the series. And yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not as big of a fan of the colored images. The whole interior artwork for Faust is black and white, you know, in the published books. So they're not colored. So
that's right.
This was one of those things that, like, I came across, the opportunity arose, and it's like, it's now or never, and I'll get it. You know what I mean? Kind of things. It's not something that it's yes, I have read the book. I enjoy it for what it is. I think it's pretty innovative for its time. I think it uses a lot of things that you wouldn't expect from like a late 80s book. And you're like, oh wow, like, you know, because like they actually incorporated music pretty strongly, like David Quinn did, right? The writer.
Yeah.
Into the storytelling, which I thought was really cool. But yeah, it's one of those titles where, like, I never expected, once I got into collecting original art, that I would ever end up with an example, but it's just like I could not pass it up, because I was just, this is the image wise, I just like couldn't look away from it, kept staring at it, kept looking at it, and it like literally kind of haunted me into getting it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
I love it.
Can you tell me, is this, because Antoine asking, are there screen tints on the piece? And I don't know exactly what he means. I think he means maybe Zipatone, but I'm wondering.
There's Zipatone on it.
Is this not duo shade board?
It is.
Okay, because that's the gray tones look like it's the gray from the chemicals that they put on duo shade board, you know?
But it's large. It's a large piece. It's like larger than 11 by 17. I think it's like.
Oh, really?
12.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's like 12.5 by 18 and a half or something like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so not super big, but just somewhat bigger. Yeah. If you look at it more than twice, you're just playing with it. Huh? The printed version has differences on the coat.
I think he meant by, like, if you look at a piece and you're like trying to decide whether you want it or not, kind of thing.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, maybe that's it. Looking closer, I wonder if the black and white is a collector portfolio piece.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's a cover portfolio plate. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite match up. To the
the individual issue covers are he did in color in the first place, so they were not done black and white. Only the portfolio plates were done black and white.
Yeah, and like Matt said, man, that for me, I don't like the colored, you know, this painted look to the colors at all. I think it's just atrocious. But I think the worst part, and this is what Matt pointed out, is like, why would you take those nice gray shadows going across the girl's face and make them look like black paint got smeared on her face? Like, it doesn't look like a shadow at all. It literally looks like it's got
in the black and white, everything is kind of obvious, the intent of the image, but in the color, it's a little bit murky, I would say.
Yeah, it's
definitely was a lot going on. 89, that's like one of the most influential years, I think, ever. But yeah.
So anyways, it's a great piece, man. It's a great piece. And did you do you mind saying, like, where you, not exactly where, but like, was this like auction, a dealer?
No, this was at Comic Art Con, New Jersey. So I was not expecting to run it. I was not expecting to run it into it there. It was not something I was expecting.
Jersey Con, right? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I love those kinds of surprises though, when you attend a local con, right? And it's like, what? Wow, you know, like, what's this doing here?
Yeah. There was an interior page at that show that I found as well. And I was like, should I get the interior page or do I? But I was just so in love with that image. And that's an image that can actually be displayed without offending anybody or most people. You know what I mean? Whereas it's hard to find a page of the interior of that comic that isn't extreme. You know what I mean? Like, like every other page is like pretty envelope pushing as far as mature content on the interior. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
And I agree, Antoine. Yeah, for sure. But you can say that for most comics in any given month by most artists. Most of them, I'm telling you, it's like they, take a look at the comic and it's like, ugh, why did they do that? That's typically when you talk to like artists. Yeah. I mean, if they're willing to be honest with you, if you have an artist who's a fairly close friend and they're honest, they'll be honest with you. Yeah, they always have problems with colors. They're never happy with. Yeah, and with good reason, but whatever. Yeah, beautiful piece of art, Kavi. So very happy to show that one.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Like,
yeah,
from that era, I have a fondness and appreciation for the independent comics publishing stuff in general, whether it's 80s, 90s, 2000s, now, and that one's up there as far as like influence. Maybe not necessarily something everybody should read or handle or will appreciate. It's all about, the person, you know what I mean, experiencing that content and their whatever,
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's keep it rolling, peeps. And we go from what? Not Grips. Vigil Faust to Vigil Faust 2, just a couple years later, and we have this beauty, and then I believe an important page in the story. Check it out.
Okay. Oh man.
Remember this?
So, yeah. So this is the page after the snap when the Avengers disappear, and the consequences of the snap are felt in the Marvel universe for the first time. So yeah, I figured that's the page that Tom would want me to let go of. Sorry, buddy, but this one's in the PC is what the kids say, right?
Yeah.
Or what people say.
You used to be one of those kids, but then you turned 40.
I suppose so. Yeah. Pérez, first issue of Infinity Gauntlet. Infinity Gauntlet mini series in the mid 90s was one of the first Marvel comics I ever read. There was a few other comics I read kind of simultaneously. I was buying back issues, like I said, out of a kid's garage that sold baseball cards and basketball cards.
Oh yeah.
He had the whole Infinity Gauntlet miniseries in saran wrap, like literally. You know what I mean? Like people like comics in saran wrap and like
they wrap it all together.
There's a bundle,
Yeah.
And so I bought that. I also bought some Defenders books, one of which about because of a piece that I picked up that's not on my calf, but it's not only is it important to my Marvel fandom, but it's just important to like the historic storytelling of Marvel, period.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. It was a massive event at the time. And it has just become even more massive, in due, of course, in large part to, the story being sort of, shared and presented in live action, through via the Avengers movies, right? And it's just become.
I mean, I think I went into it a little bit in the description I wrote for this piece when I uploaded it to CAF. I uploaded it to CAF on the 30th anniversary of the Infinity Gauntlet coming out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was after Infinity War and Endgame came out, obviously. I was in that theater, kind of like with my stomach in knots, like wondering if this was happening. And I didn't own this page at that time when I saw the movie, but I did have a recollection of what happened, right, in the issue. And wondering if they would stay true to that or not in the MCU version of the storytelling, and they did, which was pretty crazy to witness at the time. And for me, like that's the peak of the MCU. Like I'm not trying to talk trash or anything. I like a lot of the stuff that's coming out.
Well, that's your opinion. That's fine. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I like some of the stuff coming out since then, and I'm looking forward to future stuff, especially like the Daredevil, Born Again, and and other projects, future Avengers films, whatnot. But that was definitely a special time for just Marvel in general. And this was one of those pages that that like I went after. You know what I mean? I was like,
yeah,
this is like story. I mean, look, like I forget off the top of my head, is it Mandel, or is it somebody, you know, another super, you know, all-star celebrity collector that has the Snap page, if I'm not mistaken, like the actual Snap itself, right? This, to me, this was like this was the best I could achieve, you know, was to have the what happened right after the Snap.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. And I'm congrats, man.
And I love, like, just, you know, from an art standpoint, I really love everything about it. Like, look at the shocked facial expressions on Cap, Hawkeye, Cersei. You know, that utter look of fear in that middle panel of Cap is awesome. You get the Avengers, you know, you get New York, you get New York City stuff. I don't know, it's a great page. Yeah, Dave has that page. Yeah, it makes sense. I know I've like looked at it on CAF. It's just hard to like keep track in my mind, like who has which key page out there or whatever. But yeah, makes sense. You would have it.
Excellent. All right. So from Infinity Gauntlet, we're going to move over to that other major company, Tom's favorite, and show one of my favorite classic characters. It's kind of the only reason I really wanted to show it. And because I just finished watching, that's another thing I wanted to talk about, is the TV series. We didn't have time to talk about. There's so many things we can always talk about. Anyways, let's just look at the art. Check it out.
Okay. Oh yeah, Ryan Sook. DC Rebirth was an era that I actually particularly enjoyed, especially for the big two.
Yeah, the ones that I read, not too many, but the ones that I read, I thought, okay, this is pretty good. New 52, forget about it, but this I thought was well done.
Yeah, I mean, I like Ryan Sook's art. I wouldn't say that I was after a Ryan Sook example, but I was definitely after like a really cool Superman example from Rebirth, because I really liked that run. I also really liked the Batman Rebirth run, the Tom King run, up until the wedding, to be honest. But you know, everybody kind of has an opinion on that. But yeah, I really liked this run, and I thought this was a super badass, imposing image of Clark as Superman, and using his powers, obviously, in a very, very cool edge to edge almost image of Supes. So yeah. I like Sook's art quite a bit. I think he's pretty underrated, even still.
Yeah, for sure. It's fantastic. Actually, I want to say that I don't know if was it Ryan? Okay, maybe I shouldn't say, because I'm not even positive. Did Ryan Sook do a run of Catwoman covers? Do you remember? Or am I thinking of Cliff Chiang? Did Cliff Chiang do a run of?
Cliff Chiang did a Catwoman book called Catwoman.
Okay. Sorry, then I apologize. Sorry.
He did his own Catwoman sort of prestige format.
Yeah.
Lonely City, I think, or something like that. Which was a cool book. It was like an older Catwoman or whatever. Yeah, it was like the Dark Knight Returns version of Catwoman that Cliff did.
Sorry. So I just my fault. I was just going to say something, but it's not. I was going to say something thinking it was by Ryan Sook, but it's not. So never mind. It's okay.
Yeah.
But
like I'm not the biggest Superman guy. Like I don't have much Superman art, but like I'm very picky with Superman. But this is cool. I think it's one of the better A covers in the run. So I really like it.
Yeah, it's fabulous. Really, really cool Superman cover. Hart says that Ryan is a very nice guy too, and a true talent. Definitely a true talent. I don't know about his personality. I've never met the guy, but I will take your word for it.
To clear your bowels.
in this Superman story, he gets shrunk down by the atom to clear my bowels.
Yeah.
Ruben wants to talk about shrinkage on Apple TV. What?
I think Antoine's playing with the shape imagery up there. His joke.
Okay. But what the hell does shrinkage on Apple TV have to do with anything? Okay. You guys are nuts, man. Thank you, Carl. I know you're from one Superman fan to another.
Oh, I thought he was saying I chose well out of the 8 covers I could obtain from the DC.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
Also, good job, Ruben, for choosing this.
I'm sorry if
I don't know what he meant. I'm just making fun of it.
Stole your credit, you know. Yeah, sorry, Carl. Sorry, Kavi, whatever. But we can both take the credit, I suppose. You know. I mean, you liked it enough to pick it and buy it, right, and own it. And clearly, I recognize the beauty of it to want to show everybody it. So I think we both.
Yeah, no, it's a good pick. It's a good pick for sure.
So it's a nice one.
We both chose well. Yeah.
Antoine has a whole fixation. Apparently, Hart says, penciled by Colin. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You're throwing me off with your jokes.
Probably, yeah, maybe they were talking about something else back and forth. I'm not sure.
Someone has a car. Okay, I'm not even the ones that I don't understand at all. I'm not even going to highlight. The
Shrinking is a TV show on Apple Plus with Harrison Ford in it. I think that's maybe why they're messing with you about it.
Oh gosh. Okay, no, I don't have Apple Plus, so I wouldn't know. Yes, Kavi, it looks like he's heading down the Hershey Highway. Oh my God. You both chose well. Thank you, Carl. He's confirming we both chose well. There you go, Carl times 2. That's awesome. All right, yeah, let us keep that going. And you asked earlier, Stanley, what show I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to basically say how much I finally got around to watching the 3rd season of Superman and Lois. And then the 4th season. So the 3rd season, I mean, I loved it. Just to get it out of the way, I loved it. But the 3rd season, I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe you would do that to Lois. And it's so heavy. It was very difficult for me, like having, cancer, in my family.
Yeah, her illness and all that. Yeah, that was
oh my God, it was so brutal. I was like, wow, I can't believe they did that to Lois. But yeah, the last season, and especially like all this Facebook commentary I've been seeing, thank God nobody had spoiled it, but I was seeing general comments about how amazing the job was that they did to end the series with the last episode. And they were so right. That last episode was just phenomenal. Nothing I ever expected for them to touch upon, let's go into the future 30 years or whatever and see what happens to these characters.
I mean, I was kind of hoping they would, and if like any show would, it would be that one, and they did. So yeah, that's
wow, cool. Fantastic, so good, so good. So yeah, one of my favorite superhero related shows of all time. So yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it is CW, but it's like the best of what CW ever made with DC. I think Superman.
Yeah, I think so. I mean. Yeah,
and it's kind of disconnected from all the other CW DC stuff.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like a standalone.
It really has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the Flash. It has nothing to do with those.
Exactly. It was funny because it's kind of like when they did Smallville, and that was the first sort of let's start doing some kind of a superhero thing with DC. And they did Smallville for 10 years, and I was a big fan of Smallville. I enjoyed it.
So was I. I had all the DVDs and all that stuff.
Yeah. And that's it. Yeah. And but then when they, when all the movies started getting popular and they realized, hey, maybe there's a market for more TV superheroes at DC, and they started doing that whole TV universe, they didn't acknowledge Smallville. They wanted to keep it separate, whatever. And for me, I thought that sucks because I thought it was really good. And Tom Welling, I thought was a fantastic, I loved all those actors. But I found it funny that Smallville was standalone. They didn't want to tie it into the rest of the stuff that came after. And then even after all that universe they built, they decide, let's do this new Superman show. And again, didn't want to tie it into the rest of the stuff. I don't get it why. It's weird to me. But funny that the two shows they didn't want tied into all the others, for me personally, were my favorite shows. So coincidence? I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally with you. The Greg Berlanti stuff is kind of officially gone now. It's like over and done with. So, yeah.
Can't top Olicity. Lois in that red dress at the end. And by the way, that actress, Elizabeth Tulloch, I think her name is.
Yeah, she did a great job.
What a great job. It's a perfect look for Lois. I thought she was great. And I just want to say real quickly, because I can't help myself, it's not a perfect show. No. I wasn't a fan of having, first of all, I'm not a fan of them having like grown-up sons. I'm not a fan either of having two instead of just one. And I really wasn't a fan of the actor who was the girly man. He was very girly man. He was such a girly man. He looked like a girly man. He behaved like his character was a girly man. The guy with the horrible curly hair.
Oh, the kid that played Jordan Kent?
That's it. Yeah. Couldn't stand him. Ugh. I couldn't stand the character. I don't like his look, the actor's look. Yeah, I could have done without that. It would have been good just with the other guy. Whatever. But but Elizabeth Tulloch was great.
Did you watch the James Gunn Superman movie trailer or teaser trailer that recently came out? What do you think?
I did. Okay, so before I watched it, I was alerted to it by a bunch of Facebook comments, like people going wild for it. I don't feel like all those people do. I don't see what they see, I guess. But I've got an open mind. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not.
You're not blown away, but you're not negative either. You're like you just need to see more. Yeah.
No, I kind of need to see more. Yeah. I will tell you, Kavi, I'm not a fan of the guy you're using for Superman. Of the little bit I've seen of him, I don't. To me, that doesn't look like a classic. Again, for me, the model is Christopher Reeve.
Same. And that's the one I grew up on too.
Yeah, and pretty much the other ones, other than Tom Welling, I haven't liked any of the others as well. But again, I'll keep my mind open. We'll see see how he acts, see how he looks while he's in the movie.
Until things come out and I see them, I don't really form much of an opinion most of the time. I thought it was fun, but it was a very quick teaser. So
Bitsy does not look a lot like Margot Kidder. Margot Kidder is hideous, and Bitsy was kind of not gorgeous, but not ugly, kind of like a decent looking woman, whatever. She looked like what I picture Lois Lane to look like. I feel you on Superman's kids, Ruben. Annoying. Thank you, Sig. The bloody spit out didn't look real. Well, let's not talk about little bits of special effects or whatever. I like the Guy Gardner character. Oh, that's what I hated. Oh my god. I only watched the trailer once, but I've been seeing stills. People are posting stills everywhere. And I saw a still of Nathan Fillion. And I'm like, oh, God. Oh, no. Please. Was that in the trailer? I don't remember it in the trailer. Thank God I missed it because it's hideous. I'm like,
it was in the teaser. It's very quick, though. It's very quick.
Okay, that's probably why. He looks fucking ridiculous. He looks so stupid. That hair is ridiculous. It looks even worse than in the comics. In the comics, at least you kind of like to hate it. But he had the bowl cut with the shaved sides around the shaved. That would have been fun. But this guy, they gave him this fake wig thing where it comes down all the way and it's matted against the side. And his face looks ridiculous. I don't know. That's not for me. So that's why I'm a little bit concerned about this.
I didn't really like or hate it one way or the other, just because I'm not a big Green Lantern guy in general. So I'll just wait to see the actual movie and then, see what I think, I guess.
Yeah. Matt says that not the breed. I was also surprised about that. I'm not going to complain. To be honest, he looks like a bit wimpy. So for that reason alone, I would think, maybe use a a breed that looks like, when he has to get mean and help Superman, like at least it's a little more believable. It looks like a wimpy breed of dog. So I was like, and he's kind of tiny. So I was like, eh. So again, that could end up turning out to be cheesy in the end. So that's why I have a lot of concerns. But again, I'm willing to keep my mind open, and we'll see what happens. I didn't know that Elizabeth Tulloch was in Grimm. I never watched it. But thank you for letting me know. I've never heard of her until I saw her on the Superman Lois show. So do not care for Clark with curly hair. Exactly. That's part of the problem. I don't like.
I like the Clark with curly hair, but
do you?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So you like the look of this new actor?
I like the look of the actor in both versions of the character. I haven't really heard him speak that much though, because you don't get much dialogue. That's the thing.
I haven't heard him speak at all. Actually.
To me, that's the more of the worrying thing than the look. But we'll see.
Yeah, there feels Ruben. We'll get off track talking about movies and shit. Jason. It will be amazing. Gunn is the best. Whatever. I'm an actor follower and I like I watch movies for stories and acting. I want the story to be good and enjoy it, and that's it. I don't follow I'm not into whatever. I don't follow the directors. I mean, I know who some of the directors are, whatever, but I don't follow the directors. To me, it's just what's the plot about? Is it a good plot? Was it a good story? Was the acting good? That's what I follow. I agree. Same in the director. Okay, I had to be told that the one character was Metamorpho was in it. Holy crap. Okay, maybe that's for the same reason you didn't realize it, TJ. Crypto looks like Bibbo from Return of Superman. I'll have to look back at that, Carl. I don't really remember. But next! All right, guys. Thank you for allowing the segue. And here, let's jump back from the one-time most popular character in comics, Superman, to arguably the most popular character in comics at the other company for the last 75 years, 60 years, whatever the hell it's been. Check it out.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool.
Obviously, great page, dude. I knew
it was Spider-Man. I just wasn't sure which Spider-Man it would be.
Yeah, I know that this is, it's not some super expensive type page. I know it's not like a big name artist. I don't give a shit. Friends is fairly, from the 80s. He did a great run. But to me, I was just like, you know what? The storytelling, only 3 panels, the camera movement, especially in the first panel, swinging up like that, it's amazing. I just find it fantastic.
Tom's saying something about it, but the perspective is why I got this page. I love the 3 different perspectives. You get the underneath his back almost, or just behind him camera as he's swinging, and then you get the front face close up perspective. You get the cool webbing going across the panels, and then you get the him partially shadowed in silhouette. A little zoomed out in that 3rd panel. It's just 3 really nice panels. I think I have a friend's Spider Girl page as well that is really cool. Has a lot of dynamic movement that Sal Buscema inked that I also really like, and that's also more of a modern book, right? Like this is. But what was the year again? This is 2000.
Yeah.
The comments covering that part of the slide, but I think I remember it being
2000.
Early 2000. Yeah. So obviously a little bit more of a newer book, but really great Spider-Man images and storytelling.
Oh, he's shouting out Yao Ming, is he? I can't read that. It's too small for me. But Yao Ming, there's a block.
Yao, W-O-Y-O-W, Yao.
Oh, at the bottom.
Yao. Yeah, like Yao.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Like I said, it's classic 3 panels. You get larger images. I love that what is there to say? Clearly you can see why that first panel is just so out of this world.
That panel especially, it's like that. Yeah, it's awesome.
Incredible. Just one of the most beautiful decisions on camera angle to pick that from. Just super beautiful. I love the fact that, like what you said, he's got a nice close-up of the headshot in a very classic Romita-esque looking, you know, on model. And then very Romita-esque sort of pose in that third panel as well, you know. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and this has a little bit of calf nostalgia for me as well, because I think you're not a CAF member, or you haven't lived on CAF until you get one baller comment from Foggy Bottom.
Right.
And I think this may have been the first I got, but I don't. I could be wrong. But
this one.
Yeah, yeah. I distinctly remember getting a baller page or something from good old Foggy Bottom when I posted that. So, yeah, it's fun.
Very cool. All right, let's keep it rolling. And yet, Matt, I didn't want to interrupt Kavi, but I was going to say, no, friends did not do the Sin Eater saga. I mean, I want to say Rich Buckler, maybe? I know Rich Buckler did the covers on Spectacular Spider-Man for the Sin Eater stuff. I can't remember if he did the interiors. Yeah, but that was a fun story back in the day. All right, let's hop on over. Stick with Marvel.
You said it was Buckler.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll get to that. I'll pop those up in a sec. But yeah, this next one, we go back in time in the way back machine. We stick with Marvel to a very, for me, certainly memorable time in this run. And I love these characters. So and my first artist that I ever truly loved in comics. Check it out.
Interesting. Okay. Oh boy.
What does that mean? Oh no.
Well, I wasn't sure if you'd pick it or not, but I kind of had a feeling you'd pick it.
This is sounding very negative.
No, it's not negative at all. It's just this is one of those pieces that kind of fits into that one that you know, I was saying I collect for storylines, I collect for the images, and then sometimes I collect because I feel like there's some historical importance to comics, right? And this kind of, it does check the storyline thing. It does check the image thing to some degree, even though it's just only sentinels and they're flying into the sun in this like infinity type perspective, right? Like where the image kind of never ends, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking at it the right way. But the sentinels flying to the sun is like probably one of the most important X-Men bits, right, of story.
It's like every time I think about it, it makes me wonder. Like, I wonder if Claremont or whoever the heck was writing it at the time. Sorry, who was the writer? Len Wein, maybe.
So I mean, and then that speaks to the, you know, historical importance to comics, because not only is it important to X-Men canon, it's the first thing that Chris Claremont came up with for X-Men.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
So Roy Thomas officially wrote this issue, but Chris Claremont was an intern in the Marvel bullpen in the late 60s. And he was an intern. He had not yet gotten a, you know, writing credit on a comic book issue, obviously in 68, 69. But he was an intern. He pitched the idea of the Sentinels flying into the sun, of them being tricked, right, by the X-Men, by Cyclops, for them to self-destruct into the sun, and that being like the story bit. And Stan liked the idea, Roy Thomas liked the idea, and they let Neil Adams draw it, obviously. But Matt says they credit Claremont now in digital, which I didn't know that, but that's cool, I guess. So yeah, I mean, it is the first story beat for X-Men that Claremont came up with prior to 94, and so I love it as a piece of art too, but from a historical significance standpoint, I don't think I have a more important page for like X-Men history, Marvel Comics bullpen history, Chris Claremont history. Yeah. I mean, it checks all those boxes. So
what I wanted to say is actually it always reminded me, and I always wondered if you know, the idea for that scene had come from, to me, it always reminded me of the story of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun.
Flew too close to the sun. Yeah. The doors.
Right. So that's what it always made me. And I was like, oh, is that what they're kind of trying to do here or whatever? I don't know, you know. So, but I love the Sentinels as villains, as X-Men villains.
I was at, I don't remember what year it was, but I was at New York Comic Con. One of the years I've gone in the last 10 years. It may have been 18, it may have been 19. I don't recall exactly, but I heard Claremont tell the story of him coming up with that page in person at that show. You know what I mean? And I didn't have the page at the time. It came up later, and like I remember that story, and I was like literally sitting next to a buddy of mine. I was like, man, that's such a cool story. I didn't know Claremont came up with that. Like, I was aware of that story beat, but I didn't, prior to listening to him tell the story, I didn't really know that, you know?
Yeah.
So that was me learning about that. And then I was like, could you imagine if the art for that, you know,
ever popped up?
Like, or it popped up.
Yeah.
And like, it wasn't more than like 2-3 months later that.
Wow. That soon?
And I'm the one who ended up with it. So yeah. It's
wow. Sweet. That makes it even more special to own it.
It does. Yeah. It would be very hard. It would be very hard for me to let go of it.
Yeah. The way that all came together.
That was on my wall for like, I think from like 2019 to the day.
So when you had to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's awesome, man. Oh, congrats. That's really cool.
I love it.
That's what sometimes, you know, there's a lot of things about the art itself that's great, but and stories like that you told about with Claremont, you know, behind the art that are great. And then on top of that, sometimes there's a great story of how the collector came to ultimately own it, right? So I mean, this one has it all.
Yeah,
so,
it's one of those things where it's like, should I bring it back to him to talk about? Like, wait in that line at the next whatever the million shows he's at. I probably should do that. You know?
It might be worth it if you're interested. Like, if you care enough, right? Like, it might.
I didn't know they officially credited him now or whatever. Like Matt was saying in digital. Like, it's one of those things where like I don't think I'd want him to sign the front of it, or maybe the back of it or something, or maybe not even at all. Just talk to him about it. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right. Cool. So, all right, let's go to the next piece. And just FYI, there's less than a handful left, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Hey, I made it to 4 hours, and my leg has not exploded. So,
and you have made it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. The next piece, everyone. What is it? I'm not even sure. I can't even tell what it is.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it.
Not this size. Kirby, Pérez, Adams, and all. Fab. Yes. Less than a handful. That means 90 more minutes. Exactly, Matt. You know it. Let me see. Oops, sorry. Let me get back there. Okay. Yes, here we go. So let's check this out. This is number 17. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that you picked this, man.
Oh, I'm happy. I've said this before, and I don't know if you've been in the chat when I've said it, but let me come back to you real quick. Invincible is 144 issues, 12-year run. I binged it over a week 2 years ago, first time ever. And it is, for me, after I read it, I decided that was the single most consistently high quality comic book run I've ever read in my entire life.
Yeah.
Including everything from the classic Silver Age of Marvel, anything I've read from DC. Just to make it clear, don't start saying, Ruben, oh, what? You like that better than these classic Marvel stories? No, I'm not saying that. So I still have way more love for that stuff, in the sense of like those characters will always mean something to me, whereas Invincible means I can tell you he means nothing to me I don't have any affinity towards that character as a superhero. I'm just saying, as far as a read goes, the quality of the read, it was from start to finish, like up here, right? Super high quality, consistently across the board, almost never wavered. I think on 2 occasions, I remember thinking, oh, that little subplot or whatever, that little arc, that little story arc was a little bit less interesting than everything I read up till now, but a little bit less. And that only happened maybe twice throughout a 144 issue run. Amazing. So anyways, yeah, let me put it back up there.
I think like Invincible for me is like the image. It's like to me what Ultimate Spider-Man was for Marvel. This is like for Image. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where I really loved Ultimate Spider-Man. It's in that like 140 issue territory, you know, between Bendis and Bagley, and then this is in that same territory with Kirkman and Ottley. And I agree with you. Like I pretty much agree with everything that you said. That it's a very consistently good, interesting, and intriguing book. And I don't remember exactly what year I picked this up. It could have been like 2018, 2019 or something. And to be perfectly frank, I regret not picking up more Invincible art at the time, because now because of the cartoon and how good the cartoon is, like, let's be real, it's really good. Also, the art market definitely has spiked. You know, I would love a cover, you know, something like that, or like a big splash page or something. But yeah, I like pretty much the whole run, and I wanted to at least have one interior, so this is the one I ended up with. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Hart. Different strokes for different folks, as they say, right? So that was the mitigating factor in the DW page that I picked up. Okay, same. Oops, I kind of didn't like it when they got to the virus story, made the big boss so weak. Okay, yeah, again, different strokes are
big
different.
Big bad
strokes. Yeah, big bad, right? John, what's up, John Kogan? What's up in Cali? Good to see you. Thank you for popping in so late. Well, Kavi has 23 more unboxings to do. Right. I get you, Matt. Bad. Yeah, we know what you meant. But yeah, so I'm happy
that's
that
cool. I didn't expect you to pick it, but I'm glad you did. Like, Ottley, cool. I really like Ryan's artwork too. Like, I wasn't a fan of the writing in the Nick Spencer ASM run, but I was a fan of Ryan's art in that run, and pretty much all the projects he's been involved with, I like from a visual standpoint.
Yeah, I will say that for me, it's not the type of style. Again, I've always been more of a, you know, realism, and him I find more on the sort of side of animated cartoony-ism, if you will. But so like before I started reading it, and you know, for years people would try to get me to read it, and I would look at it and I'd look at the art and I'd be like, whatever, it's just not for me, you know, whatever. I'm not, no interest. But once you read it, as I'm reading it, I was like, okay, yeah, the art is perfect for this story. It just suits it perfectly, you know. And I can say that FYI for both guys. What's his name? Corey Walker.
Corey Walker.
Yeah.
He did the first arc.
The first arc, exactly. So yeah, I thought it was just perfectly suited for the story, and yeah, fantastic. So greatest long run of comics I've ever read. Yeah, for sure. It's freezing there. 50 Fahrenheit. Man, I wish it was 50 Fahrenheit here. Holy crap. Ottley's action comics are fantastic and in a much more realistic style. He changed the style? I can't remember him ever really changing the style. But that's interesting. Might have to look at that. It's 65. You know, you guys are making 65. Oh yeah, aren't you in North Carolina?
I mean, if you look at his ASM stuff, it's not the exact same style as Invincible, but he's working with obviously more established guidelines there, I think, a little bit. But it feels like Ottley, but it doesn't necessarily feel like exactly like Invincible to me when I look at his other titles.
Okay. But anyways, yeah, highly recommended read for anybody who may want something.
That was a good sleeper pick. I didn't expect. So cool.
Good. I'm happy. I'm happy. At least I nailed one, right?
Oh, you nailed them all so far. I'm just saying, like.
No. I mean, I nailed one sleeper pick that you wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card. Let's say. Yeah.
Okay.
It's cool.
All right. Okay, so sounds good. Let us look now, everyone, at number 18. So it's the third to last piece for tonight. Check it out.
Boom. Back to the king.
Yeah. I figured I had to. I just love it.
Dude, 4-panel layout.
4-panel, yeah. Ugh.
Kirby hands, and you got the speed lines as well, right? In the first panel, which is super cool. Then you have like a Western scene in panel 2, which is kind of cool too, almost.
Yeah.
You know? Kirby Western. You have the money shot panel, the banger panel, panel 3, which is just epic with, that Cap 109 homage essentially of, what was it? It is 109, right? I think it's the same pose that Cap does on that.
I believe it's 109.
Yeah. And the Falcon looks great there too, right? You've got yeah.
Fantastic image.
Looks amazing. I mean, that one panel alone is like a poster level image to me. Yeah, it's only 1/4 of the image area on the art page, but it's just an incredible image. And then you get the Kirby crackle and stuff in the 4th panel. To me, this is like everything of what makes Kirby great within one interior page. And it's a Captain America Falcon page from his Bronze Age run. He wrote that part of the run. I really like Giacoya over Kirby. Probably my second favorite behind Sinnott. I might even like him a little bit more than Royer. I mean, I like the Royer stuff too. It's tough to choose between Royer and Giacoya for me. I think he does a really solid job over Jack. And in my journey as a collector, this one's also kind of meaningful. Because honestly, like I didn't expect to be in the mix for stuff like this when I first got in the hobby, but then ultimately I did. And I think this was the first deal I ever did with a quote unquote comic art dealer, right?
Oh, okay.
Like this for like a vintage page like this, like, like where I was spending real money. I was like, oh, should I do this? Just the memories of those kind of experiences. I think I also kind of hold as part of the fun of the hobby, right?
Yeah.
And I think at the time, I was like so nervous about it actually arriving safely. How long it's going to take. Like, I think at the time that it was being consigned by a collector and the dealer did not actually have it in hand yet. Right.
Oh,
so
okay.
It was it was a consignment. And then I had agreed to do a deal with the dealer that had it on consignment, but he didn't yet have the art. Right.
Right.
So there was like this, there's like a limbo period of like, wait, what? Like you don't have the art.
Can I just ask, sure. was this a deal with Glenn?
No.
Okay, because there are a small number of dealers who are willing to deal with consigners who are not willing to send them the art unless they first sell the art. They have to make a sale and then they'll say, okay, then you let me know when you sell it, and then I'll ship it to you. And I hate that.
And I assume that was what happened in this situation, right? Because I was a newer at this time. I didn't have a lot of experience buying stuff like vintage stuff from dealers and whatnot. So like it was a huge kind of surprise to me that like, oh, like I'm talking to this person about doing a deal and they don't even have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once I got to the place where I was like willing to move forward, they didn't actually have it yet. And it's like, oh man. And you know what's even weirder was that the person who did have it, the consigner, ended up getting in touch with me somehow in between, and like kind of created a little bit like, what is happening? Like, why?
You mean before the deal was completed? While it was still ongoing?
Before I had the art, the person consigning it to the dealer contacted me.
Reached out to you.
I think so, because at the end of the day, I honestly don't remember whether it was sent to me directly by the consigner or sent to me directly by the dealer. I don't recall.
Because it's funny because I mentioned Glenn. I once did a deal with Glenn where he was selling something, and he typically sells, most of what he sells is on consignment, so that's not a secret. And he was trying to sell me something. He reached out to me privately, and then all of a sudden, this other guy reaches out to me to try to sell it to me, and it was the owner. And it's like, like, what are you doing exactly? Like, you're telling that guy that you will pay him X amount for him to try to find you a buyer, but now you're at the same time that he's trying to get a buyer for you, you're going around looking to get a buyer, like to what? So in case you find the buyer first, then you'll save yourself the commission you would pay that. Like, it's really sleazy, right? It's kind of sleazy.
This was also the first time I think I ever sent a check snail mail to pay for something, right? So there was kind of like an in-between period where like my snail mail check was like on the way to a dealer, right. and then the consigner contacted me,
right. And
it was like, what am I supposed to say to him?
Right.
If he asked me certain questions, like,
right.
Because I was such a noob that I didn't know like sort of the etiquette of that, or the politics behind it. Like, it all worked out, right? It all worked out. Page arrived fine. I want to say it was the dealer that ultimately mailed it to me, but I could be remembering that wrong.
Yeah.
This was this was well before COVID times, so it's like earlier on,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I almost always avoid that payment option these days, like sending a physical check or whatever. So, but
yeah. I still pay fairly often with money orders. I got to go to my bank and physically get the money order because so many people now who sell insist on the buyer paying for their seller fees from PayPal or whatever, and so I'm like, on principle, I'm like, fuck you, I'm not gonna pay your fees, right? Like, on my website, I don't want people to pay my fees, I swallow it, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna do that, but if you want, I'll send you, if you don't want to lose, if you want to net every last penny, I'll pay you with a money order. You just have to wait a week or whatever, 10 days till you receive it, kind of thing, So whatever. So I still, fairly often still have to go get money orders for people. So pain in the ass or whatever. But that's the way it is. It feels weird because it looks like I feel like I'm going back.
I'm fine with saying who it was. The dealer was Berkey, and that was the first deal I ever did with Berkey.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't Spencer, it wasn't Glenn. I've never had anything but positive experiences with pretty much all the dealers, so I have nothing negative to say about any of the dealers. It was just confusing because I was so new, at the time. So it's part of the memory that goes along with the piece. It's not just the piece; it's like the whole experience around it too, right? Like the nervousness of not having it, and then being contacted by the consigner in between, and then the whole, I didn't mean to dwell on that part. It's a great page, art, everything. It's one of my favorite pages in my collection.
Yeah, and I get you. Yeah. I get you even more doubly so in the sense that it's even more sort of an anxiety-filled situation when you are kind of a newer collector. You know what I mean? So yeah, for sure. Berkey probably still has it posted in his site. But anyway, Matt, you're killing me now, you guys. You're killing me. Independent, always and forever. You don't want me to start singing "Oh Canada," do you? Come on. All right. So yes, thank you. So that's Wonderful Kirby page. Yeah, fantastic. Happy to pick that one.
I had a feeling you'd pick that one, but rightfully so. Like that should be picked, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I send groceries to Canada with no issues. That's true. So, okay, here we go, everybody. Second to last piece. And he's already mentioned it before, but I'll mention again before I show it, that this is it comes from something very meaningful to Kavi. And so I figured I couldn't not pick this, and I cheated again, so we could show two pieces instead of just one. Might as well have them side by side. And here we go.
Yeah, awesome. So I think I have already said it earlier during the show that this run was very influential on me, because it was coming out when I was essentially the same age as Peter Parker in the book, you know, like 15, 16 years old. It was, you know, highly influential on the direction that Sony took with the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films, which also was very impactful on me. So one of these pages is from the issue number 1.5, the first page, where it's Spidey's punching Danny Rand, like on a pole. I guess it's a Polaroid of Peter punching Danny Rand, and then it's J. Jonah showing it to the you know, the newsroom, essentially working on the story. So it's got the whole bugle element as well as the Spider-Man element to it. I love it, and I'm just a huge fan of Art Thebaer's inking over Bagley in general. Like that's my favorite part of the run. Is that I want to say the first 44, 50 issues or so when Thebaer was inking on Bagley, and then the second page is the first appearance of the Ultimate version of Electro. So in that bottom panel. That's his first, I guess, his birth appearance in the Ultimate Universe for the Rogues villain of Electro in the 1610 Ultimate Universe, which, like I said, still for me still holds up. I recently reread the whole run again for like the fourth time, I think, maybe fourth or fifth time. And I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I think I only have posted 3 of my Ultimate Spider-Man related pages to CAF so far, because a lot of that stuff I was buying earlier on before I had a scanner. And then even I've picked it up a lot from that run, even more recently as well. The book turns 25, which is kind of crazy, next year. 25th anniversary. Well, 25th anniversary, and next year is in 2 days, I guess, right? But so we're at this series turning 25 years old. So I'm gonna be sharing the rest of my Ultimate Spider-Man art this year or next year, whatever, 2025. In my CAF. So look out for a bunch of mostly Mark Bagley art. Although, you know, there were a couple other artists imminent in the middle there, with some relief before Bagley came on at the end for Death of Spider-Man. And then you kind of had that offshoot, you know, kind of volume 2 thing, which I don't consider part of the main Ultimate Spider-Man to me, but it's still a cool, like, bridging storyline to get to the Death of Spider-Man when Bagley came back. But yeah, I especially like the Thebaer Bagley pages. I like the John Dell Bagley pages as well, probably number 2. Then maybe the Hannah, and then maybe the Hennessy. Like, no offense on Hennessy, but like there was a lot of great inkers working with Mark on that run. Just I love that run. Like that's my kind of generation's Spider-Man run. You know, like you know,
not only yours. Let me say this. Given what I said earlier about the Invincible series, I'll tell you, much like Invincible. People were telling me, oh yeah, you know, in the first couple of years of Ultimate Spider-Man, oh yeah, read this, oh yeah, you're gonna love it. And the thing is that I was very aware that the structure of the series was very much what you would call kind of almost like a retelling believe, Ditko era, right? And pretty much in sequence almost. And so I was like,
for a new audience with significant changes.
Right. So I was like, oh, it's cool that it'll be updated where it doesn't look like it's the early 60s, there's cell phones or whatever instead of, only landlines, whatever, all that kind of stuff. And so I said, that's cool enough, whatever, but like, I've read this stuff. I don't need to read this shit again in another version or whatever. So I blew it off. And then eventually, like I said, it's about a couple of years, 2-3 years of constant, like in the media, always
hearing about
people talking. It's great positivity. So finally, I was like, you know what? Okay, let me just give this thing a try and see what the big, what worst case scenario, I'll waste my time for a couple of hours reading one trade, whatever, And then as soon as I read the first trade, I got it.
It's good.
I understood, and that's the first time I read anything by Brian Michael Bendis. I was like, oh, I get, like, the dialogue is so much. It's just good.
It's so much more digestible than Stan. Like, I love Stan, don't get me wrong, but it's just so much better.
Yeah, exactly. It's so good. I only ultimately ended up reading up until, God, I want to say trade number 12 or 13, so maybe issue 60 something. Only because for me, for years now, space has been an issue, and I was like, oh man, this thing's gonna go on forever. Do I want to keep buying this? So I just kind of stopped. I just stopped buying them. I would love to reread them. I just don't want to have to buy them all because it's a lot of money.
Yeah, the final omnibus recently came out. Like,
I know, but like I said, I don't have the space. To me, this is one of those things where I've said many times, I need to force myself to become a digital reader. Yeah. And eventually I do need to finish reading that.
On my most recent reread of the series, I did it all on my tablet, digital.
Oh, okay.
And I just like binged the hell out of it. Like, I was like, oh man, like every time I read it, I'm back in that universe.
Yeah.
So I love it.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that, it was one of the best, at least up until what I read for those first 5 years worth is what I roughly read. It's got to be one of the best Marvel runs I've ever read for sure.
For sure, I agree.
And you're right. Like I've lost the desire to reread for the millionth time anything from like the Silver Age and Bronze Age Marvel. Like I just don't. I've done it enough. Whatever. I have no interest anymore. But if I ever wanted to read something from the early days, even of Spidey, who's my favorite Marvel character, along with the Hulk, I would probably not. I don't think I would bother. It's stilted for many. You know the reasons why. It's classic. Whatever. I've read it multiple times, but I won't do it again. But I would probably reread Ultimate Spider-Man. But you know what the irony in all of that is, Kavi, is that even Ultimate Spider-Man, now that it's 25 years old, even that, when you think about it, some of the stuff feels dated because it came out. It started. Sure. It launched when there was no texting.
It's pre-smartphone. It's basically pre-social media. Peter has a job at the Bugle working on a website, and that's like the forefront of technology. It's like we have a website editor,
right,
kind of thing,
Yeah.
So it has like a modern vintage feel now because of it actually being 25 years old. So at least exactly. the beginning of the run is 25 years old anyway. Like it wrapped in like 08, 09 or whatever.
Exactly. And Peter, that's what I do. I mean, I've got to return this one in the next few days, and in case anybody wants to try something different from that's not mainstream, super mainstream. It's a Wildstorm. It's called The American Way, and got to receive this as well. It's got the barcode because I borrowed it from the library. I
borrow a ton of trades from my library, and I can borrow 5 books digitally a month through my library through the Hoopla app, which I also do. So
right. Yeah. But no, I love the library. But I would get the rest of the Ultimate Spider-Mans from the library. They just didn't have them. So join Marvel Digital for $60 a year. Yeah, I don't know. When I go digital, I'll decide, how I'm going to do it, whatever. But emo, you call him emo? He's emo Peter Parker?
I would argue he was emo in the original run too. I mean, like he's just kind of an emo character in some ways.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Let us get to the final piece of tonight's show and tell. And let me just quickly remind you again, next week, please, if you can make it, it's the first show of 2025. So it is the show and tell featuring, again, I can't vouch that everybody's going to show up. Some people may not be able to make it. I don't know. But 22 collectors who did show and tells with me in 2024 are coming back to present one piece each, probably the one that speaks to them the most that they acquired in 2024. And I got no, like I said at the top of the show, I got no thumbnail for you. I've fallen behind throughout the holidays. But yeah, it's going to be a fun time. And so please show up for that if you can. All right. So yes, let me cue up the final image here. Let me try to find that. Where am I? Look at that.
Just showed up. What's up?
Yeah, just checking in. Wow, you guys are smart. Is that a serious wow, Cab? Because you should know by now that it shouldn't be surprising for you to leave for 4 hours and come back and see us here still, At this point, it should be kind of understandable and kind of expected, perhaps, But just in time for the final piece, exactly. I'm reading Micronauts right now. Volume 3 coming this Tuesday. Been awesome. Golden art is so amazing. Glad you're liking it. Pain in the ass finding any art from? Oh, yeah, of course. Or probably loan if your library participates, interlibrary. Well, our city has tons of libraries throughout the city, and they all work together in unison. So on the website, I can reserve whatever's there, and they show you the inventory for all the libraries in the city. And if it's at one library that is not your local one, you reserve it, and at a certain point, they just drive it over and they deliver it to your local library where you eventually pick it up. So I think if that's what you're talking about, interlibrary loan, we do that, you know the deal. Exactly. He should know the deal by now. Great way to recap the year. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Carl. Hello, Cab. Skin very quickly. Wonderful pieces, Kavi. And of course, High Heart. Happy New Year. Golden's work on Nam was incredible. It sure was. I love that series. Happy New Year to you and yours, Cab. Okay. All right. Let us line this baby up. And I guess I will, yes, I'll show this final piece. This is something I decided that I wanted to keep for the last piece. Because I think, I know it means something to you, Kavi. I don't know if it's the most meaningful piece in your collection, but I don't know if it means something to you. And that's kind of why I reserved it for the last piece. And it's really cool, hard to get.
Well, whatever it is, I'm sure I'll be excited to see it and talk about it.
I think it's a coup. It's
most meaningful, least meaningful, in between. Yeah. It's all the spectrum,
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of stuff that's not on my CAF that I would probably argue is on my most meaningful list, but you wouldn't have any way of referencing that. So whatever. I'm sure it's a cool pick. Whatever it is. I don't know what to expect.
I'm sure you love it. And it's a cool pick for sure, All right. Here it is, everyone. The final pick of tonight's show and tell with Kavi. The last piece of 2024. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. When you said that, I was like, because, you kind of threatened not to show too much Star Wars, but
I didn't. This is only the time.
Yeah, you didn't. You end cap.
I bookended.
What was it? Number 1 and number 20?
1 and 20. Yeah.
Bookended the Star Wars.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when it comes to Star Wars, this is the god of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Ralph McQuarrie. would I love to own a conceptual painting he did for Lucas? Yeah, of course.
Well, sure.
I would, but this is more of a speed that I could actually achieve. This was the Christmas card design that Ralph did in 1980, which is obviously it's the year Empire Strikes Back came out, for Lucas film. It's also in the Art of Ralph McQuarrie book that Lucasfilm Publishing put out, which is pretty cool. Even kind of, I mean, the piece is great. It's got two of my favorite characters. It's Christmas themed. I have a strong association with Star Wars and Christmas, not just because of the holiday special, but just because of, I guess, often watching Star Wars movies over the holidays, right? As a way to unwind, relax, either with friends, family, my brother, whatever. But yeah, this was having a McQuarrie is kind of like mind blowing as a big Star Wars fan, Star Wars guy. But what's pretty fun about this is that it came with a bunch of provenance of letters and stuff like that, and including one that Ralph wrote to the, I guess I'm assuming the person who first owned this, besides Ralph himself.
Right.
And it's a letter outlining, like, what I'm assuming is a trade that he made to give this piece to whoever the person was or the collector was, and I think in exchange for it, he got some sort of model plane. So, like, I don't know all the details. I don't know what kind of plane it was. You know, like, I don't have all the particulars, but I know that Ralph traded this piece away to somebody and he got some sort of model plane back. I don't know if that was the whole, I don't know if there was cash involved or if there was something else involved in the deal, but I have that provenance with it, which is really cool. Yeah, I don't know who it was, Matt. He's asking, was this from Chris Sapp's dad's collection? I have no idea. But yeah, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, I don't know how some of these other bigger Star Wars guys didn't get it, but I'm glad I got it.
Southern Comic Geek says that the only reason this made the cut is because it doesn't have Han Solo on it.
There you
go. That's not true. I've shown, hey, remember, I showed that piece. Who had it? Was it Jeff Wedding? I showed that the piece of John Cassaday art. With Han Solo front and center on the page. So yeah, it won't stop me from showing it. What a cool nostalgic piece. Yeah, for sure. Very cool. Love that these two cute characters, and by a master at that. Absolutely. Don't recall. Was this in the big book Mandel did a book? Okay.
Yeah, he was involved in a big Ralph McQuarrie art book.
Okay. JC's excited. Look at that. JC knows Ralph McQuarrie.
Thank you, JC.
Yeah, my mom got me the ESB portfolio Christmas before the movie came out. I just watched all 3 movies Christmas Eve.
Yeah, there you go, man.
2 donkeys. I would have held out for the donkeys. What the hell is he talking about?
So, you know, I'm an 80s kid, but really my childhood was the 90s, right? So I grew up watching the original trilogy on VHS, you know, constantly, like over and over and over. I would, like, you know, wear out the VHS, right? And then then when I was more of like early teenager age, they did the whole special editions, right? So that was kind of my first opportunity to then go watch the, you know, I guess a slightly updated version of the original trilogy in the theaters. And then the whole prequel cycle started coming around, and, you know, that was kind of like you know, my new Star Wars, right? But you know, it's just, I don't know. This one what's pretty funny is Micah, you know, Micah Spivak from
Comic Connect. Yeah.
He came over my place in Brooklyn once several years ago, and he walked through the door. We were gonna do a deal for something. I don't remember the exact details, but he came by, and I opened the door. He comes inside, then he like instantly sees this on the wall, And he's like, "You bastard!" Like, because I guess he was a bidder, or he was a player for it.
Oh, and, so sorry. Yeah. Where was it auctioned?
Comic Link, I want to say.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of crazy to me.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah. But that means you probably got it for a what you thought was a pretty cheap price, or?
I'm pretty damn happy with what I paid for.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
But apparently I paid more than him, right? Because he was like, I was bidding on that, or I was the I don't know if he was like the literal underbidder or if he was just one of the underbidders.
One of them, yeah.
But yeah, and then he saw it right there on my wall, and we just kind of had a good laugh about that. It's like, well, at least you can just come over and see it, you know?
Yeah, that's it. No, it's really cool. And by the way, did you ever prove like that it was indeed published as a Christmas card, or?
No, it was published in the art book. As far as its actual publishing as a Christmas card, I have no idea. I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Right. Okay. But yeah, no, it's amazing. I actually have a Ralph McQuarrie myself.
Like it was not for it wasn't for a public reason that he made it. It was only for staff, you know.
Oh yeah.
It was for the people working at Lucasfilm that year.
Right. Like an internal thing.
Yeah.
Private, whatever, you know, personal, whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, it's to me, it's an original by McQuarrie that's published in his art book, and that's kind of how I classify it, I guess.
Yeah. Did I show you my McQuarrie? Did you see? It's not a Star Wars. It's not a Star Wars piece. That's why, you know. You want to see it?
Sure.
Praise the Maker. Hallelujah.
I mean, that's what they say about George, and I guess you could put Ralph in that, you know.
Okay. Bonus art. Yeah, so part of the show and tell, but okay, yeah. Here I'm let me get to this here. Yeah, you guys, I mean, I don't know, some of you might have seen this on CAF. It's been there for years. So yeah, check this out. So this, it's from a movie, I think 1976, called The Town That Dreaded Sundown.
Okay.
Lower budget horror. I'll show you some what do you call it, printed versions. That's one.
Cool.
There's another one. There's like a widescreen version, or whatever you call it.
It is very Zodiac Killer-esque, like Marcus is saying.
Yeah, and this is apparently what it looks like when you in his art book. I never got a copy. Yeah, I don't own the art book, but apparently they published it in his art book from a few years back.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, it was one of those things that I was happy about because I actually bought it. It wasn't credited. So I just bought it because you don't find movie poster art. First of all, it's not very common at all. And then when you do find it, like horror type stuff, you even less. And so I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. I want to get that. And so I got it. And then a few years later, the guy that wrote that McQuarrie book contacted me and said, oh, that's Ralph McQuarrie. It's in my book. We put it in the book, you know. So I was like, holy shit, what? Cool. I ended up getting a McQuarrie painted movie poster, and nobody knew that it was him. That's wild, you know. Yeah, I love that. I love when the shit like that happens, especially on Heritage, you know. Yeah. So, but yeah, man, that was fun. I really appreciate it. Thank you for not only doing this.
Long overdue. We could have waited forever. It could have waited until I get every single one of my pieces up on CAF, but that'll take me probably another year to do. So So I'm glad we did it.
Exactly. It was long overdue. We should have done it a long time ago anyways, whatever. And look, the main reason we didn't is because I had not even realized we hadn't done it. You know, because of all your previous appearances, I thought we had done it. And particularly because you had done an episode of Hangout
Yeah.
And it was during that era where I made the mistake of letting people show a few pieces. And so we still did like a handful of pieces on that. And so
right, but I picked those, and I think most of those were like newer pickups. Yeah. At the time.
Oh, okay. Because I remember we showed the electric cover, the back cover. That was one of them. I remember.
Yeah, I feel like I picked those, and it was just like 4 or 5 pieces or something, and it wasn't a show and tell per se. I mean, yeah, if you really want to laugh at the two of us, you can go back all the way to Ruben's first sales stream and watch us try to fly by the seat of our pants on that episode. But
well, that's good. I rewatched it. It's pretty good.
Except maybe I'll rewatch it someday. But it's
you can get a laugh. You can get a laugh out of my very first episode, which was at art sale. You get a laugh at it because you'll keep seeing Kavi rush me. You can tell like he's annoyed at how much I'm talking, and he just keeps rushing me one after another.
Well, there wasn't this huge body of evidence of
that's right
of long shows at that.
That's
point.
right.
You told me before the show.
Yeah. I know.
I think we should keep it to like 3
hours something. Yeah. 2 hours, I think. Yeah.
And I knew like by the first hour that it was going to go for a long time. So
no, for sure. I get it. No, I'm not, like I said, it's kind of funny to see now. It's funny to see now because I think it ultimately lasted like 2 hours and 20 something minutes, like almost 2.5, right? And that's with you kind of like rushing me. And it's funny to look back now, like you're rushing me on a less than 2.5 hour episode. Who knew at the time what this channel would turn into, and that it's known for doing 4 hours plus on average now. You know what I mean?
Average, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
We're about to hit 5 here.
I used to say the average was 3. Okay, let's get it for 3. I keep thinking of it as a 3 hour show, and I'm like, Jesus, it's been a long time since I made one that finished in 3 hours. So Gothic romance cover at last. Yes, you're probably the one that I remember seeing. Yeah. Anything to unbox? No.
This was the last thing I unboxed. This,
that's the one you posted.
Frankenstein.
Peter Boyle
from Jeff Wedding. So that was my last unboxing.
Stanley wants you to continue the show by asking if you have any big wish list pieces.
I'll give him the 5-second version. Alan Moore Swamp Thing page and Eastman and Laird TMNT page.
There you go. New Year's Eve live sale. Let's do it. What are you talking about?
Let's just ignore it. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know if you're serious, but whatever. But if you have something to sell, let me know. I wouldn't put on a sale 2 days from now, though. I think that is fine now to say that Ruben has built a substantial canon of truly quality shows on our hobby and its personalities that will stand the test of time. You're like the sweetest man ever, Cab. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. And for whatever it's worth, it's if anybody enjoys what we do here, again, I've said it a million times. It's all of us. I never see it as something that I do. I see it as something that we do, because without you guys coming in every week and not minding that it goes 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, that's for me what makes it special. Even though there was a time where I was like, oh my God, we got to get 2 hours. When it started hitting 3 hours, I'm like, oh my God, oh no, 3 hours. And I would stress out all the time, every week, constantly stressed. And now I got to the point where like, I see like all the regulars among you don't leave. You stay no matter how long it goes. And it's like, okay, I finally got to realize like, yeah.
Well, I stay until I literally pass out on my bed.
Yeah, I know you've done that.
My laptop on my mouth.
I know. I know. I love that. That's so funny.
I have to respond to what Marcus is saying here, though. Just like a little inside baseball.
They didn't keep track of what's sold in the first episode.
So during that first ever show on your channel, the sales episode that I produced and co-hosted with you,
I screwed up.
I was getting shit from the guys in the chat for not having kept track of the sales or whatever. Just FYI, everybody, backstage before the show, I offered to Ruben, hey Ruben, I'll keep track of all the sales. And he literally tells me, no, don't do that. I've got that under control. Focus on producing the show with the slides and all the other stuff. I was like, okay, you sure? You okay? And then like 3-4 sales into the show, we've lost track of like what's sold, what hasn't. Vivian runs into the room, like yells at you, like, oh, this is what. Luckily, Vivian's amazing, and she was keeping track. But yeah, we psyched ourselves out of doing a good job there because I offered, you told me no, and then you.
Yeah. I admit it. I screwed up. I just whatever. It was the first show. It was bound to have.
I know. It's just fun because I've never gotten to tell that side of the story.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. No, it was all my fault. I take the blame. No worries there. So have a good New Year's to you guys as well, of course. But be safe if you go out to go visit people and party elsewhere outside your homes. Be safe there, especially those of you living in the wintry weather places. Don't drink too much. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to you, Peter. Great collection, Kavi. Happy New Year. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Rick.
Stay home and read something good, guys. Yeah, thanks, Tom. Bigger audiences means more screen shown comments means longer show. That's exactly what it is. Drink a root beer, float live. This guy's
already done. That was already done during this show.
It. Hey,
technically.
This is where it is, Stanley. I work from home, so I'm getting paid to be here. There you go. What better reason then, right, Antoine? Another great show, Ruben. Kavi, thanks for giving us a glimpse and background to your collection. Happy New Year's to everyone. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Happy New Year's to you too, Marcus. Happy New Year's to you, John. Remember, I will be in touch with those of you who are expected to present a piece next year. Next week. Yeah, well,
technically next
year. Yeah, next Sunday. Next Sunday's episode. I'll be in touch over the next a few days, guys. Leave a comment for the show. Well, whatever. Honestly, I don't care. Yeah, but I do appreciate to those of you who do take the time to leave comments on the show. There's been a little bit more comment action lately on the episodes. So that's fun. Happy New Year to you, Antoine. And Paul's been here, quiet, being all quiet. Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Is that Paul P?
No, it's not Paul P. It's another Paul.
Okay. Another Paul.
There's a million Pauls, so I'm not even sure which Paul you are, Paul. But I know you're not Paul P.
What's Paul P's YouTube handle these days? He's changed it a bunch, hasn't he?
He typically will have piano wizardry.
Piano wizardry, yeah, that's it.
Piano wizardry. Although he has had one that said Paul or Polly or whatever, but usually typically it's the piano wizardry one, Thanks, Matt.
We'll go with Logan Paul.
We'll be in touch. Thank you. Take care. You too, Carl. Thank you so much. And great video this week again, my friend. Good video. Happy New Year's to you as well. Yeah, we'll see you guys. It'll be 2025 when we see you back here next week. Logan Paul, Jake Paul Pappas. Thank you, Marcus, again for the nice treat that you delivered to me. That was really fun. I appreciate you. Thanks to everybody who has supported me from the beginning, especially, and any of you who just have been tuning in only in recent weeks, days, months, what have you. Appreciate all of you. It's been great. It's been a lot of fun, and I always like to have good laughs with all of you here. So thank you for everything. And don't forget to check out, as I said, Nikki B on Friday. I believe there's a show. And that's it. I won't leave you with the thumbnail for next week's show because I don't have one made yet. We will just say Kavi's beautiful face right here. And we'll leave you like this. So thank you very much again, and see you guys next week. And as always, go blue.